Hey, that was a dramatic song. Very dramatic. Welcome, brothers. I see you on here burning 47, burning that bush. Haley Clark, how are you? Welcome, Robert. Welcome, Brian. Good to see you in here as always. Rush Babe, look at that. I get to have one of my favorite girls on the chat. Rush Babe, my wife sends her love always to you and Trinity, as she has told me. Kennedy, how are you, brother? Welcome back. Yeah, we're doing good. I get some bad news sometimes, but you know what? We're still pushing forward. Um, I scheduled this for 7 p.m. I think I should have scheduled it for 7:15 or something like that. I was in the middle of making my coffee. I ran out of time, but I still got to make it. I still got to make it. So hang in there. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Now, if you Rush has not been here, but we have been talking a lot about. Not that I thought I would, but we've been talking a lot about Israel and Hamas and all these other stuff that I really don't like to get into because people get into this loop of defending religion and then they get all violent and crazy and well, we do this show knowing that that's what's going to happen. Let me make sure that Trinity knows we are live. All right, give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and put some coffee here, ready to go. Brian, and this is for you guys that are in here right now. Um, uh, just something happened with one of my subscribers members earlier. Shave eyes or something like that, or was saying um, bad things about me, and one of my subscribers members left me, and I was just like brushing it off because I didn't know what they were talking about. But then I got the text message from the person, and they unsubscribe and they don't follow because I guess that when I remove him from being a moderator, I removed him because he was blocking comments that were not bad comments, and so he thought somebody said something racist, which I assure you that it wasn't. I just remember that the comment was, yeah, shade pie, that one. But I just remember that the comment was said something about Trump and then Obama and something else, but it wasn't racist. So he unfollowed and did those other stuff, and he sent me a message, and it's like it kind of breaks my heart because this is I love you guys as a family. It's as hard as for many to believe. It is true, you know. And so I've always tell you guys I appreciate you being on my channel. I always appreciate you, uh, you know, being accepting me as part of your family. And because I remove you as a moderator, you're gonna unfollow me, unfriend me, and all of a sudden it's like, what happened? I thought we were building something. It sounds like a little biatch, right? But it's true. It's like I give everybody always. I'm always honest. I give everybody my 100% love, my respect, and the ones that don't feel that too much are always the leftist people. I do know that there's a little bit of drinking in the middle of the problem, but nonetheless, I still love this person. I hope that maybe one day they'll come back and they will show me that there's something different in there. But I share that with you guys just because you're my members, and we don't got that many people in here, so I'm assuming that mostly it's you guys. And I know Rush. I've heard it from Robert personally, Brian as well. Man has also, I talked to him in person, and of course Trinity. You guys know Trinity is my sister. She's my right hand all the way from Tennessee, and she has just been tremendously uh, amazing, amazing support to me. Uh, Kona, how are you? God bless Donald Trump, best president of our lifetime. Oh, I'm good. It's good to have you here, MJ. It's also great to have you here, my friend. I appreciate you. Hey, look at that. First Donald Trump. Fantastic Donald Trump. What does that mean? Yeah. So we get some good stuff and then we get some bad stuff, right? That's just how it works. But we're gonna continue moving forward. We was talking with Trinity earlier, and there she is. I was talking with Trinity, and we were talking about how sometimes life just reminds us that we can love everybody, but we can't trust just anybody. That's just the way it is. I believe we all believe that that our battle on this earth is a very spiritual battle, and the devil knows how to push our buttons and stuff. And when I see that it's obvious, it's easy for me to fight it. But when it just catches me off guard, yeah, those curveballs can sometimes get you really bad. But uh, we're gonna move forward here. There you go, my man. Speaking of the devil, there he is. What's going on, man? All right, guys. So you guys know that. What is this? Okay. Uh, you guys know that we were talking about, America first, Israel, and all this other stuff. Like people just went to that point hardcore, but we were. Uh, let's see. Brian says, I believe Wrath fell victim to the same mud before. Yeah, so you guys know who I'm talking about. I just like to say keep it anonymous. Always love our brother, no matter what. We don't know what's going on there. I gave him a big benefit of doubt earlier today. I was giving him all my love, my respect, and I didn't. I was surprised about the animosity against me, and it took me off guard, but I played it off because I do have a lot of love for all of my patrons and all the people that come in here. But nonetheless, we'll continue moving forward. I feel here in this chat we were able to speak freely. I hope. And what I said to you guys earlier today, always be direct with me. Always be honest. Tell me up front what's going on. You know, you guys know I got zero tolerance for racist comments. Trinity knows this. The only reason why Trinity is the main admin, and she's an admin, a manager admin, so she can actually make admins, I believe. Trinity, you can make admins, yes? Let me sign in on this chat here. Yeah, and then the other thing is like we have to really understand when somebody's being sarcastic or somebody's joking around. Uh, I always feel like zero tolerance for racism. Everybody here knows. You guys all know. So I'm surprised. I know that drinking is a little bit on there. Yeah, just click on Brian, for example, or Man, or any of them, and see if you got an option to make mods. It should be at the very bottom of your options. All right, let me go ahead and grab some of this coffee and start making it. Hold on. If not, can you bring the eggnog if it's not in there? All right. While that's going, let me see. Yep, Tyler, good to see you, brother. Were you able to see that Trinity? Let me see. Let's see. Is there? if there is such a thing as race, then we would all have different blood types depending on our skin color. Yeah, that's true, MJ. Yet you know how it is. Like people, that's how they relate. We're programmed that way. So it's hard for me to remove that habit. I'm guilty of being corrupted by that. Pedro Nunez has become a very faithful subscriber to the channel. He always gives me a little bit of a pain in the neck comments and a hard time, but he is one faithful, loyal bastard. It's good to have you here, Pedro. Dennis, muy grande, chinga tu mais. I get it, brother. I get it. I hear you, man. Let's see. So, Trinity, did you find out if you're able to? I don't have that option, brother. Let me see. Are you? No, you're the only one that has. You're a managing moderator. Very interesting. Oh, thank you. Does you smell? Thank you. I'll take it. It's still the holiday season. Happy holidays. Too much. Too much. Happy holidays to you. Sorry, guys, a very slow start for this evening, but I promise you it's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it. All right. Enough whining, complaining, and feeling sorry for ourselves. It is time to get the show started and get the show on the road. I have gone above and beyond and dug some information out, and we are going to share some today. Now, before our beautiful libtards get into our chat, let's go ahead and set some ground rules. I think Trinity probably has a list of the ground rules. Okay, so you may have seen a message when you came in to please be respectful. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Here's the rules. If you guys are on the left, if anybody, all right, because I'm going to make a couple of you guys moderators. If anybody on the left comes in here, please, if you're gonna help me out, this is what I want. Zero tolerance for racism. Period. Okay? Anybody that wants to make a nasty comment or wants to say something nasty to me to read, they got to put a minimum of $5 super chat. And then you can leave that message. Anybody that says just nasty things or just being negative about something, not an opinion, but you know what I'm talking about. They just start calling names and this and that and liar or that. Okay. Give them a 5-minute timeout. Give them a 10-minute timeout. Give them a warning. Let them know that they will be removed. Okay, like blocked, completely blocked. Okay, and then also give them the option. If you want to make a comment like that, you got to put a minimum of $5 super chat, and that's exactly how it's gonna be. All right. So I'm gonna put my sisters on here to be together. Let's see, one is voice, black, chat modes, and live, and also has capabilities of standard moderator. So Trinity, it says that you can manage block words and change chat modes in live, and also have capabilities of standard moderators. That's what you can do. Okay, so every standard moderator, that's what they're going to be able to do. Let me see. Who else wants to be a moderator on here? Give me a 1 if you want to be a moderator and you think that you can actually control that. Okay. Let's see. MJ says, if that is a positive or negative, it doesn't matter. It is that you see everything defined by race rather than everything defined by meritocracy. Meritocracy. Okay, yeah. Action, words spoken, etc. Yep, I am with you. I am with you on that. Trust me, I know. I always say that I don't see color, and when I say that, people don't understand what the hell I'm talking about. So there you go. You gotta have a blue or you gotta have a green color to say you want to be a moderator. I guess I'll. I guess I'll. Oh, Brian, please, bro. You better be good, bro. You better be good. All right. You gotta make sure we gotta keep the chat alive. Okay. That's all right. Three moderators should be good enough. I don't think I'm doing much. Much. We're not gonna do lives. At least I don't have any yet. That coffee smells good. Oh yeah. That's fantastic. I just realized I think I can put my coffee supplies as a deduction on my taxes. Oh man, you know what I'm saying? I gotta buy I gotta buy cups. I gotta buy coffee. I gotta buy all these materials for my employees. Oh, that is so good. You know what tastes really good with coffee? It tastes really, really good with coffee. Great company. That tastes really good with coffee. Great company. You guys, I love you guys very much for that. Oh, Zion War says, hard not to see color when 89% of the community is guilty. It's a program, brother. Hey, thanks for the super chat, by the way. He understood the rules. I believe it's just a way that we've been programmed by society, right? Everything we have, everything we do, we learn. Nobody is born knowing everything. Every single thing that we do is learned. Unless you have been given some deep insight directly from God, everything that we say, everything that we think, the way we think, how we do things, how we speak, our accents, our bad grammar, everything is what we learn. With that being said, it should give you a reason or some sort of hint in life that you have to really analyze things before you go around the world saying this, and that. That doesn't mean that we will never be wrong. It doesn't mean that we will be 100% right. But that is the way that we can try to be as accurate with information or with the way that we see things, okay? That's all I'm saying, okay? So with that being said, why don't we go ahead and start with our first video?
You were
No, not you. Actually, he is going to be the first one, I think. Yeah, he's going to be the first one. No, it's not the crime chef. I'll try to find one, okay, before the end of the night. I don't know who's going to be the first one to leave, but if I'm losing any of you brothers tonight, if I catch it on the chat and I see that you're leaving, we might just hurry up and close in the show for tonight, okay? I do this mostly for you guys in the afternoon. I just want to be able to have a chill night with you guys, and for you guys to just go ahead and have some fun, knocking out some leftists on the chat, and saying some things here and there, and staying up to date with the scoop and the news and all this stuff. Not you, sir. You wait. Sorry, all my clips, I didn't put mute on them, so they're going to be playing probably every time I click on them. Happy New Year. Not yet. That will be tomorrow. Tomorrow night, I'm sure you guys are going to be busy doing stuff. I'll probably on here doing the live. Who knows? Maybe we'll be doing a live, and then the news channel will put some fireworks, etc., for us to watch, and then we can continue doing our show. All right, Cap Dog, what's up? What's up? Mega Man says he can write off lunches. $100,000 rebate for Tubby here. The burger business change. Mega Man, see, this is why you're not gonna be a moderator. This guy's gonna block everybody's comments. Got to be careful who you make a moderator nowadays. Yeah, Kev Dog, says Robert. Hey, faithful troll. No, I think there's two Kevins, two Kevs. I think there's a Kevin and then there's a Kev dog. I think this one might be the one that we might accept. Mind Speak, what's up, man? Man, you guys were. I'm gonna say something, man. I'll be honest, man. You guys were rough on me today. You guys hit me hard with, man. I'm telling you, man. When I say things that you guys don't like, damn. I mean, bro, like seriously, might need to have that beer after all. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. Love having you guys here anyway. Let's see here. Oh, that's why. Okay, there we go. Sorry, guys. I'm monitoring all this stuff too. All right, so here's the first clip. This first clip was 2 months ago. This was about the fraud that we've been talking about in Minnesota. This was actually the main reason why we have been doing these lives in the last couple of days, the Minnesota fraud. And many people have gone to this whole Israel, Palestine, Hamas, and all these other wars. And, you know, MySpeak says, we drop it like it's hot. What can I say? Man, sometimes too hot, man. It's, you know, I need a break, man. This old papa needs a break. Oh, you guys don't know the overload that happens. All right, here we go. 2 months ago, nobody even cared, okay, except for President Donald Trump. Nobody even cared about fraud. Now, this has been happening for a long time, so we're going to go ahead and grab a couple of videos here that we're going to share, and then we'll talk about it. Jim, welcome, Jim. Tyler, I see you. Uh-oh. Nick Tifa is here. Okay, because you're a gross ladder puller. Nick Tifa. Where's Paul Salsi? He's not in here yet. But I can smell Transtifia in the chat. All right, let's go ahead and take a listen here. You guys probably already watched this, but let's recap.
Hard for your money, and we are committed to tracking your tax dollars. That includes the millions meant to take care of the youngest Minnesotans. Investigations into the state's child care assistance program date back years. CCAP is part of the Department of Children, Youth, and Families. Now, we're working right now to get updated numbers, but the DHS Office of Inspector General has told us there are 62 active investigations into CCAP providers.
There are 80 kids in there?
No.
After school? Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
We first reported on...
See, nobody knows about this one, right? Everybody knows Nick Shirley. Oh, Nick Shirley, and of course he did a great job, but here it is, guys. They've been talking about this. They've just been hiding it. They don't put this on the news. CNN doesn't put any of this stuff on the news, okay? And we're going to watch a little clip. We're going to watch a little clip about CNN. What? I thought I signed into it. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. I wasn't signed in. I don't want the commercials on there. That's right, guys. I pay membership to avoid commercials. I encourage everybody to do the same. Get a YouTube membership so that you guys don't have to watch commercials.
Lax oversight earlier this year. That led to calls from state lawmakers for more scrutiny and funding changes for daycare centers with lengthy histories of safety violations. A whistleblower told reporter Jay Coles he discovered fraud in the CCAP program more than a decade ago.
In January, we found the Quality Learning Center daycare in Minneapolis had 95 safety violations between 2019 and 2023, according to state DHS records. It was even placed on a conditional license in 2022. Yet the daycare received $7.8 million since 2019. And between 2021 and 2023, another daycare called Minnesota Child Care Center had 36 serious safety violations, but was still paid more than $11 million in taxpayers' money.
And I think you're probably aware of the Channel 5 investigation that's just showing a lot of problems.
Which caught the attention of state lawmakers who asked state regulators some tough questions.
It's interesting to me that a news reporter can come up with a lot of this information, and yet afterwards, I'm not sure what the state agencies are doing to prevent this.
Fraud is a crime.
But troubles with the CCAP program go back more than a decade.
Did you raise your concerns to the Department of Human Services?
Yes. I spoke with the Office of Inspector General numerous times.
I talked with this whistleblower whose identity we're protecting because they still work as an auditor, who was hired as a Ramsey County forensic auditor to investigate fraud in the CCAP program.
We were the ones that came up with $100 million a year in CCAP fraud in 2013.
The team of investigators uncovered 4 daycare centers exploiting the CCAP program, all of its owners charged with fraud in the CCAP program. And the whistleblower says there were dozens more.
How much fraud is there? We identified 60 some odd suspicious cases, other cases.
But the whistleblower says nothing ever happened with those 60 other cases.
Personally, I want to know why. I think this is a much bigger issue than just a handful of bad actors. This runs deep, and it runs all the way to the top of some departments and agencies.
So if you in your investigation found 60 cases in the CCAP program that were questionable, they could be combined over $100 million.
Yes, easily.
And when this was all given to state lawmakers,
You alerted them 12 years ago to this problem, and your response and your reaction to what's going on now is what?
I have been in shock that nothing has been happening except for the last couple of years. There are so many agencies that should have oversight of this.
Despite charges in those older cases, prosecutors have not announced charges in the newer investigations. We, of course, will be watching them closely for you.
Texas was feeling unwelcome.
All right. I believe, it's because, man, I had to restart my computer, guys, and I didn't sign in all the way. But anyways, that's the actual clip. That is the first clip. That was 2 months ago. And, this investigation, it shows on the date in there for January, and nobody ever talked about it. Now, everybody knows, the video has gone viral because Nick Shirley has a good following. And then, of course, all of us are sharing his story. And even CNN is actually getting in the action and reporting something about it. But the way that they went about it, I think, is very obvious on how they did that. We will go ahead and get to that clip, but I do have one more. Well, I got more videos. This is from 4 weeks ago. Okay, 4 weeks ago. The first one was 2
Homeland
months
Security
ago.
agents are descending on.
This one is 4 weeks ago. Okay, and I want you to pay attention to this clip. Now, by the way, I don't even watch these people. They have like 2 million subscribers, but I don't watch these people. I just found that this actually was interesting and informational.
And welcome to Rising. Oh, what a show we have for you today, this fine Tuesday morning, where I'm joined by Lindsay, per usual. Nice to see you, Lindsay.
We kind of matched today.
Do we? We kind of matched yesterday, actually. You didn't say anything.
Oh, no. What did I?
Both in, like, gray.
Oh,
You're wearing that gray dress.
It matches the...
I'm not going to lie, guys. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Where do they match? She black, he white. She's got dark navy outfit on. He's got light color blue. There's no match at all. She's a female, he's a male. There's nothing. Not even glasses. Not even the glasses match.
Dreary weather. We're over this
dreary.
coldness.
It is dreary. It's
rainy
dark
day.
in here. We see nothing.
Coming up on Rising, some low poll numbers for President Trump. I'll be discussing that in my lens today.
Hello. Plus, a new report from the FBI sources details the state of the agency under Director Kash Patel and offers some heavy criticism.
And a new study has found that preteens who own smartphones are likelier than their peers to suffer from obesity, depression, and even insufficient sleep. But first, Robbie, what's on your radar?
Let's get to it. Now, the mainstream media has finally caught on to the fact that Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, who, by the way, was for some reason Kamala Harris's choice to be the Veep, is complicit in ignoring a massive welfare fraud scheme perpetrated in his state by largely Somalian immigrants. The New York Times is no longer ignoring this story. They covered it in a devastating report that alleges, quote, fraud swamped Minnesota's social services system on Tim Walz's watch. It's a bombshell story. Let's take one example of the fraud. A nonprofit called Feeding Our Future took government money during COVID that was supposed to go toward buying meals for hungry children. Instead, it went toward luxury cars, even real estate projects abroad. That's right, the fraudster sent American taxpayer dollars out of this country. Of the 86 people charged with the fraud, all but 8 of them were Somalians. And here's where it gets worse. According to whistleblowers, state agents were tacitly approving the fraud because the Somalians have become a powerful constituency in the state of Minnesota. Democrats didn't want to risk losing their support. And Tim Walz himself has admitted that these programs aired on the side of generosity during the pandemic. Well, he was very generous with your money. How nice of him. Quote, "The programs are set up to move the money to the people," said Tim Walz in an interview. "The programs are set up to improve people's lives, and in many cases, the criminals find the loopholes." It's like he's saying, yeah, we got scammed. Oh, well, we had good intentions. It should be noted, of course, that the New York Times did not break this story. The conservative writer and activist Christopher Rufo got to it first. But because it is a legitimate story, the mainstream media has been guilted into covering it.
Now, I will add up to that, okay? They didn't get scammed. They are the scam. Tim Walz, let's be clear. Tim Walz, Tampon Tim, is the scam. He knows about it. Nobody got scammed. Everybody in the Democratic state, everybody that is overseeing that state is involved, including Ilhan Omar. Don't ask me how I know. It is very obvious to see it, though.
Now, not all liberal commentators seem to be drawing the same lessons as the New York Times, however. Here were the ladies of The View redirecting the issue from the failings of Tim Walz to the failings of, well, I bet you can guess who.
Here's what's interesting, because if you're upset about fraud, in 2018, a judge ruled that you know who had to pay $25 million due to his fraudulent university. In February 2024, a New York judge found him, his sons, and his organization liable for fraud. Then 3 months later, he was found guilty on 34 counts of fraud.
Really, Whoopi? We can't talk about something other than something wrong a Democrat did, rather, for more than 2 seconds before you bring up Donald Trump? It's exactly this kind of blithe dismissal of real problems that have occurred under the watch of Democrats in blue states and blue cities that has caused progressive media to alienate middle America and drive them into the arms of Trump's Republican Party. If you don't think the GOP has the right policy prescriptions, make that case. But don't try to make the case that Democrats like Tim Walz can be trusted to run a city or a state or the country at large. Massive welfare fraud is his record. He let it happen on his watch, and he's still making excuses for it. Progressive governance can't survive such massive failures. Defunding the police, allowing rampant welfare abuse, taxing the wealthy so aggressively that they actually move away, that is the left progressive track record. And it's a recipe for disaster. You were chucking along with Whoopi there.
It's so funny because you get so annoyed when Whoopi brings up Donald Trump in moments that are unnecessary, but Donald Trump brings up President Biden in moments that are always unnecessary, including every time there's a failure under his watch. So I just want to make sure we're balancing the scales. I think Whoopi, as a commentator, can point out that his Trump University was...
My shoes are untied. You know who else had untied shoes? Donald Trump.
Just because she brought it up doesn't make it untrue. It was still a fraudulent university. But I just want to point out...
It's a different kind of fraud.
Oh, we're comparing scales and levels of fraud. Either way.
Yes, that is an example of the government deciding that a business arrangement between Trump Enterprises,
and people that got scammed.
No, let me finish.
Okay.
And private individuals that they got scammed. They willingly gave their money to Trump or Trump Enterprises for some purpose, and nobody made them do it, and they felt like they didn't get their money's worth. Boo-hoo. This is an example of money being stolen from the public, from taxpayers. That money is coercively collected by the government and then was given to people. Your money was taken and given to someone else for nefarious purposes. That's very different than a judge or a government agency deciding that a private transaction we make, they say is fraudulent.
Fine, but I think
that's a pretty dang good explanation. I say so.
Well, we can bring it up. But
It's
let's stick
real
to the
fraud
point.
versus fraud.
Let's stick to the point. So. In Minnesota, what happened is egregious, right? There's millions of dollars that were used for causes that were supposed to go to homelessness and other things that just didn't go there. So that is the worst kind of person doing that, and anybody who did that should be charged with a crime. My bigger issue yesterday was that Minnesota has the largest population of Somali immigrants of any state in our country. We're talking about like 20.
Felony is a felony as well. I get it. But there's 3 kinds of felonies, I believe.
25,000 people. So you said 87 people minus 8 of them are actually not Somali that were part of this. So we're talking about, because I did the math, 0.25% of the Somalis in Minnesota are committing crimes. So does that mean that we should now be targeting the entire Somali immigrant population?
Didn't say that.
No, but the president is suggesting that. And so I want to point out for PPP fraud and paycheck fraud, because Waltz did respond to this. He said he didn't respond in the moment, or he responded.
I'm gonna go ahead and point out a little bit. I know this is a month ago, but I want to point something out. For them to say that Somalis people are innocent or they don't know about it, they know about it. If they're on 42% of Somalis are on food stamp benefits, they know about it. Okay, there is no coincidence that they are having very nice cars coming into their community. And supposedly they are not working. I'm going to tell you guys, I don't think SNAP is going to buy you a nice car. Let's be honest. If I'm on SNAP, I am wearing my same shorts at least 4 times a week. I am buying clothes from Value Village. I am buying clothes from the Goodwill. I am taking donations from the secondhand store. If I was on food stamps, I will not be having a better car than you, the hardworking American class. It's just a fact. I find it very interesting when I see people on food stamp benefits and SNAP, and they get all these social, services, and they walk out with a phone like this, a $1,500 phone on SNAP. They're out there with the latest iPhones on SNAP. They say, well, it's like a computer with SNAP. Come on. See, the problem is they can't stay humble for too long. They have to show their true colors. That's how they get caught. This is how Black Lives Matter got caught. They went out there and started buying mansions worth millions. Okay? No offense there, Brian. You can still go to Goodwill. What I'm saying is that will be my favorite store to go shopping, and that because I wouldn't have any other choice. But if you choose to go there anyway, it's okay. Don't worry about it. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just trying to make a point, guys. Yeah, Chris, that's Samsung S25 Ultra. People, get it right. If you want to be distracted from that truth, just blame Trump on something. It works for a lot of people. It works for every governor, that's for sure.
Slowly because he was trying to hand out money like everybody in leadership was, both governors, mayors, and federal government during the time of the pandemic was rushing to try to get people help. That's why we have over $200 billion of these programs that have already been abused by both Americans and people across the board. It's not good. In 2017, for example,
that's why I was against it from the beginning.
Fine,
I
but
said, don't do this.
It happened. In 2017, 26 people from the Orthodox Jewish community in Lakewood, New Jersey, were arrested on charges, just like these Somali charges, of welfare and public assistance fraud. They scammed the system, all 26 of them. I don't think that we should
Why are we calling out the Jews?
We're not. I'm saying I don't think we should isolate. My point is right here. I don't think we should isolate the Orthodox Jewish community because 26 bad actors behaved badly in New Jersey. Just like I don't think we should isolate, like the president is doing, the Somali community because less than 80% of bad actors, which is 0.25% of the community there, are bad actors in a certain state, and so they should not be isolated from migrating.
Okay, but I find it...
And so I don't think we should target these attacks unless you agree that then we should look at New Jersey and say what's going on there. No, which is bad actors doing bad things that go in line with the $200 billion we're missing from these programs over the years since the pandemic from both Americans that were committing fraudulent activities and people that were not American. These programs were flawed. We talk about that all the time, but don't point to one community and say we're going to retaliate against you when nothing was done to any other communities. And I can go on a list of other communities that have done different things.
I don't think there should be retaliation against anyone who is not accused of or convicted of a crime.
Yes.
But Trump is talking about where people will be allowed to immigrate from in the future, which is perfectly valid in my view. Also, the relevancy here is that Tim Walz's government feared the political power of this constituency and then didn't want to punish the bad actors in their midst for fear of blowback from the broader Somali community.
That's
that's in the New York Times.
Yeah, but that's not what Tim Walz is responding.
Times says.
Tim Walz can come speak for himself. He was on Sunday shows. I'm sure he's going to be on next Sunday shows. He said that since then he has created anti-fraud task forces. He said that he's ordered audits on all these people. So to say he's doing nothing and threw his hands up because he wanted these votes is reported by the New York Times. I'm assuming somebody on his team must have mentioned
I can't believe he was this close to the vice president.
He literally is defending himself. And just like the president made poor choices during the pandemic, both Biden and Trump, Tim Walz is saying, that wasn't my priority to get out fraud during
that money in the first place. Thomas Massey, by the way, now number one enemy to Donald Trump. He voted against it. He was wise to do so, the CARES Act. That was a huge mistake.
I will say, guys, I like to see this, she's defending her point. He's defending his point. But at the same time, you're giving the actual facts of what's happening in the news. I find it very interesting always, right, that people like to say when they get caught doing something bad, oh, well, he's doing it too. Oh, look, he's doing it too. Nobody wants to be accountable for what they're doing, right? And I hope that I'm always feeling that I'm accountable for what I do as well. All right, so there you go. There's that. I think that's all they have to say about it. So if you guys just tuned in, you guys missed the first video. And, well, that's just the way it goes. If you want to watch it, you can always restart the live. All right, let's go ahead and show some, let me see, was that CNN? Yeah, that's CNN. Let's see it. Okay, that was 14 hours ago. This is 1 hour ago, 8 hours. Okay, let's go ahead and go to this clip right here, since I'm trying to go by the oldest clips to the newest, okay? Any questions on the chat here at all? Manuel Correa, we had a great Christmas. Thank you for asking. I really wish everybody to have had a great, great Christmas. Happy holidays for everybody. Tomorrow I will be live. I don't know. I'll probably do one of those late, up all night sort of thing. We'll see. We'll see how long we can stay up. But I will definitely be on live, even if I have like 10 people watching with me, having a conversation. We'll see if we can get in trouble again, Rush. I'm going to make a list of music. I'm going to put it on the description. And maybe that way we can get away with, monetizing doesn't matter. Maybe that way we can get away with, playing our music and having a good time as we talk through some stuff. Okay, just the regular members like we did before, except we'll try to do it with giving credit this time, and then hopefully that way we don't get kicked off live. If we do get kicked off live, then we'll just start over and without the fun. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and get to the next one so that we can continue our chat for tonight.
State agencies wasted millions in taxpayer dollars. That report revealing one agency, quote, wasted more than $4.6 million on monthly service fees for thousands of mobile devices that went unused month after month, and in many cases for more than 2 years. And in another example, an agency did not report approximately $400,000 in taxable fringe housing benefits received by employees who rented state-owned housing at below market value. Joining me now to break it down is legal and political strategist Katie Zachariah. Katie, thank you so much for getting up with us and talking about this. In my opinion, I think if these people who are quote unquote running the show in California can't even track where this money is going, they need to be fired. What do you think?
It would be nice if we could actually fire the failed leadership of California, and we've tried so many times, but the Democrats have the supermajority, and under Gavin Newsom, it has been a disaster. That state audit report also showed under Gavin Newsom's tenure that these agencies have doubled. So it went from 4 to 8 now that are susceptible to fraud, waste, and abuse and mismanagement. Our state is $1.6 trillion in unrealized liabilities and debt. This also is on top of the $128 billion train to nowhere and everything else that has really been incinerated by Gavin Newsom and the Democrats in California.
And that's the problem. There's a lot of people, if not most people, who think there's going to be absolutely no repercussions.
I really love how Democrats are out there saying Gavin Newsom 2028. Seriously, this guy's... when are you going to learn to think for yourself? When are you going to learn common sense. I don't understand. We got all this mental issue. Like, these people are mental. There's something's happened. I believe the theory. Somebody said that they have put some stuff in vaccines to be able to do things to people's brains, just to block them from common sense. This is how they're being manipulated. This is a theory that I heard about, and it's very interesting. Mind control is a real thing. This is what they say. I don't believe in hypnotism, but some people say that it's true. I don't know. I don't believe it. But I can tell you that the way that I have seen people, the way that they talk, and you can hit them up in the face with facts every single time. And it's like you never even said anything to them. That is crazy. That is crazy. Unbelievable. Fresh, welcome to the chat. I know, I don't know if I don't remember if I said, good morning. Jay Money, how are you, man? Let's see. I love how MAGA is running Trump 2028. Y'all, he can't be president again. Yes, Lee, he can be president again. Yes, he can. But I don't think he's not serious about it anyway. Okay, and I think that we have somebody else already in line to take over the baton. Okay, but yes, he can. He can definitely be president for a third term.
This at all, because we've seen it time and time again. As you said, you've tried to fire the leadership multiple times and people just are not getting it. What do you think should happen with this? I mean, should there be a complete revamp of the system all across the board?
Well, yes. And I think looking at the 28 presidential, I'll just back up a little bit. If Gavin Newsom is the Democrats' front runner, and it's looking like he is at least one of the 2 or 3 that they are pinning to run for president, he cannot escape this track record of utter failure. And to have homelessness, one of the other things that they flagged is he spent $24 billion that is now unaccounted for on homelessness, and yet we've seen our homelessness. We're the #1 in homelessness in the United States, #1 in unemployment, and #1 in welfare cases. And so if the United States wants to take this on a national level,
I know they amended that whole thing, but still, I believe that he can. You can always amend. You can always amend the Constitution, okay? As long as you have enough reasoning, I guess, to be able to do it, they can do it.
yes, Gavin Newsom is your president. However, as it pertains to California, you see time and time again with Minnesota and all of these other jurisdictions like Washington.
Yeah, I'm going to play this back. So, yes, only 2 terms. But if we have our say-so, he's going to have a 3rd term. That's not going to happen, guys. I'm just telling you. Not going to happen. They did amend it. You cannot run for more than 2 terms. As a matter of fact, if you were a president for 2 years because somebody else stepped down or whatever, if you were a president for 2 years, you can only run 1 full term after that. You cannot run you can run for 2 full terms anymore. You will only be able to qualify to run for 1 more term. I get that, man. But if you say that Gavin Newsom can be president, I can say President Donald Trump can run a 3rd time. Why not? It's just as absurd.
This track record of utter failure, and to have homelessness, one of the other things that they flagged is he spent $24 billion that is now unaccounted for on homelessness, and yet we've seen our homelessness. We're the #1 in homelessness in the United States, #1 in unemployment, and #1 in welfare cases. And so if the United States wants to take this on a national level, yes, Gavin Newsom is your president. However, as it pertains to California, you see time and time again with Minnesota and all of these other jurisdictions like Washington State just said that they have the same similar fraud, waste, and abuse situation as Minnesota. And you look at this and it's really a correlation with sanctuary states, sanctuary jurisdictions. think they're above the law and have not been held accountable. So President Trump's administration, really the DOJ, and under his executive order on ending these sanctuary jurisdictions, should take a look at every single one of them across the nation.
And Katie, I want to get to this too. In California, the tech billionaires are threatening to flee the Democrat-run state over a 5% wealth tax. I want to read this really quickly. This is the Oculus VR founder, Palmer Luckey, speaking out on X. He said, "You are fighting to force founders like me to sell huge chunks of our companies to pay for fraud, waste, and political favors for the organizations pushing this ballot initiative. I made my money from my first company, paid hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes on it, used the remainder to start a second company that employs 6,000 people, and now me and my co-founders have to somehow come up with billions of dollars in cash." Could you imagine the state, the taxpayers and these business owners asking the state of California, hey, we just need a couple $2 billion to pay for our mess ups?
Yep.
Well, they've already forced most of the people who want to own a first-time home or want lower taxes. They've all fled to states like Texas, Florida, and Idaho, et cetera. And you look at what the act says, Ashley, it says that 90% of the funds will go to Medi-Cal programs. And going back in time in California, Gavin Newsom and the supermajority of Democrats thought it would be a really good idea to fund health care for illegal immigrants across the board, costing taxpayers in California $23 billion and sending our Medi-Cal program into insolvency, where he needed a $3.4 billion loan to get out of it, and then asked for a subsequent loan of $2.8 billion. So now he wants these successful business owners, the ones that are driving our economy and keeping really our economy afloat, like Palmer Luckey and other entrepreneurs. Now he's punishing them. And even though he said he's against it, we all know Gavin Newsom is speaking out of both sides of his mouth. The Democrats are for this. And they're punishing the highest and most successful business owners in our state, or at least proposing to, because their failed policies they can't afford their failed policies in California, Ashley.
Yeah, they're using us as their meal ticket, essentially, is what they're doing. Okay, Katie, thank you so much. It was good seeing you.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Katie. Have a nice one. Isn't that fantastic, guys? We get news, and Democrats are still denying it for some reason. I'm not sure. You know, people can deny all they want, but the fact is, it's a very sad thing to see. Let me explain. Here in Washington State, I have been saying this for the last couple of decades, specifically in the last decade. They are destroying Washington State with these leftist policies, and people like no, they're blind. They don't want to understand. They don't want to hear, because you're a Republican. Mind you, I was not back then, but they just don't want to listen. What is sad about it is that if they win and they get it their way, by the time that we recognize the horrible damage that they have been doing to the United States of America, it might just be too late. I called this situation the B-21. If you guys don't know what a B-21 is, well, by the time that you know the B-21 has been in your area, you have already been bombed, and there's nothing you can do about it. So it's sad to see that homelessness has multiplied greatly in Seattle. Now you can say, oh, hey, wait a minute, you were driving in Seattle, there wasn't that many homeless. Well, there was a lot of homeless in different areas, but what you guys don't get to see is that the homeless are being moved into warehouse buildings, kind of like sweeping the problem under the rug, right? They're just sweeping the dirt under the rug. So they're hiding the homeless. And if you have been following me for a while, you may have seen a video that I shared that Brandy from Undivided shared with us. And, you know, people still want to deny it. People see how much socialism is destroying Seattle. People see how illegal immigration in sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, are destroying our country, and yet They keep denying it. California is going down in ruins. And they don't get it. Kennedy says B2 has a baby brother, B21. That's right. And we can make a lot of them. Not as heavy loaded, but if you guys haven't looked into the B21s, you should. They are amazing technology. And it's just that's it. They're just amazing. You guys got to look into it, okay? Check it out. So Sanctuary City, the way that I thought Sanctuary City was, is that any migrant, right, that comes into our country, that needs help with immigration, that they would find that help here, but it wasn't meant for illegal immigrants. It wasn't meant for illegal immigrants to be here and be protected. It was supposed to be a city where, yes, you can come here temporarily, and then we will help, with immigration, making sure the paperwork, is in order, bada bing, bada boom, everything is great. But what sanctuary cities have done is they have been protecting criminals, not just illegal immigrants. Of course, every illegal immigrant should be deported, but they're not just protecting illegal immigrants. See, they're not here to be an actual sanctuary for law-abiding citizens. Migrants. They are here protecting criminals, and these criminals go out into our communities and cause a lot of problems. And so now you have ICE, and they have to go to businesses. They always done that, but now it's more open. Now they'll go to Home Depot. If they say that Juan, which remember, no Juan is above the law, if they say that Juan was spotted at Home Depot, ICE will go there because there is a warrant for them, right? Not a judicial warrant. They have their own paperwork that they follow, and they don't need to have a warrant to arrest somebody that is illegal in this country. Many people don't understand what that means, and I get it. I would just like to remind you, as an American citizen, as a migrant that came here as an American citizen, hey, Baba, how are you, buddy? I'm glad that you're in here, brother. I'm glad you're in here. It makes it even more important for me to stand up for legal migration. So for me to tell you, as a migrant American citizen, wake up, America. Stand up. You have to put your emotions to the side. You need to stop thinking with emotion and start thinking with rationalization. I don't even think that's the word. That's not the word I was looking for. Horrible translation in my brain. How can I say this? Common sense, right? Common sense is the closest word I can come up with. But you have to rationalize what is lawful and what's unlawful. It's a very simple thing. If they're here illegally, that's unlawful. And the thing that people keep ignoring or keep forgetting is they cross the border illegally. They work illegally. That's a felony. They have to be deported. If they use fake papers, that's a felony. And if they get deported without a felony and they come back into the country, that is a felony. There is people that have gone and come back in, have been deported multiple times, come back to the state. They don't get a due process in court dates no more. They're done. As soon as they find out where they are, they're picking them up. And if you guys think that is they're kidnapping, you're absolutely ridiculously wrong. Because if they were kidnapping, they would not allow you to be recording. They would not allow you to get that close. They will beat the mess out of you. They will steal your phone. They will probably even throw you in the van with them, get rid of your body, and then they will kidnap who they want to kidnap if that's what they're doing. But that's not what they're doing, is it? Yeah, that's not. So now, with that being said, let's go ahead and see how CNN shows the news about Minnesota fraud. Of course, Fox is telling us.
In response to a sweeping fraud scheme, here's Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons.
What we're seeing is there's always a tie when it comes to sanctuary jurisdictions. where you can hide in plain sight. You see a lot of these fraudsters use a lot of the sanctuary rules and sanctuary protections to, enact criminal fraud just like this. When Homeland Security Investigations goes into these businesses, there is criminal activity when it comes to labor trafficking, child trafficking, human exploitation, and that's what we're looking at.
I don't know how many times I'm going to argue this issue. Due process. Somebody, Michelle, type on the chat, what does due process mean? Type on the chat, what does due process mean? Okay? Now, when you type this, what due process means, I want you to totally understand what you're typing in. I don't know, maybe there was a longer delay when I said this, but most of these people have been deported multiple times. Thank you. You already beat me, Mike. Expedited removal is due process. I always tell people this. Now some people says, that's right. And what does that mean to you? What honestly, I really want to know where your mind is. What does that mean to you? Right, the basic information is, okay, you have the right to be represented, right? You have the right to present your case in court, correct, 100%. What happens when you present your case? What is the case? Well, you're representing, you're setting up your case to say, hey, listen, I'm legal. I belong here. This is what I need to be. Here's my proof. That's presenting your case to the court. As soon as they know that you are illegal, you got to go. It's very simple. So for all of you guys that go out there, what? They are not deporting Native Americans. That's not happening. If they're out there protesting, obstructing justice, they're going to get arrested. But where are they going to get deported to? They don't get deported. That's not how it works. And if somebody's telling you that natives are being deported, that's a lie. That is a lie. Now, we got this due process out of the way, okay? They show that they're in here illegally. They got to be deported, period. It means not pulling people out of the courtrooms before their hearings. The problem is, if you already have a hearing in the court, I can guarantee you they already had a court date before. It has been postponed for months later. That's what you guys don't understand. Now, people that have been here, when they apply for asylum, it has to be at the port of entry, okay? And that doesn't mean that they get it. If they're just coming here because they're poor and they don't have a house, no, that's not how it works. That's not how any of this works at all. We don't want, excuse my French and German, we don't want garbage coming into this country. We want people who are going to be making this country greater, better. People that are going to be good for society. I got to admit, there is a large number of dumb Americans in our country. Hey, I see it on the streets all the time. I see it on my chat here a lot of the times. People that believe that because they have committed a crime, they think they have the right to defend those who want to commit crimes. And that's just not the way that I operate. Guys, I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm not saying that I'm smarter than you. But I'm telling you, as a migrant, for those of you in the chat, right, that tell me that I'm selling out my own people, let me tell you something. Let's say you're in my shoes. What advice would you give to your people? Break the law And hey, just survive, brother. Live and let live. Just work hard, bro. Yeah, I know it's a felony. Don't worry. It's illegal to work, without a permission. It's at the deportable situation. Being here illegal in this country, you're already deportable. Yeah. Go ahead, do that. You know what? Forget about it. Don't worry about what the Americans say. Just break the law. I know, man. You're a hard worker. You're just trying to provide for your family. Yeah, I get it. Or would you go ahead and give them the reality that because of illegal immigrants that are out there committing atrocities, we as Hispanics get looked like we're thieves, murderers, gangbangers? Our reputation goes down the drain when you support illegal immigration. So, excuse me and forgive me for wanting to maintain our Hispanic community's reputation by preaching that they need to follow the law. They need to be in this country legally. Excuse me for looking out for my people's reputation. Excuse me. Call me a sellout. You can go ahead and do that. But I am nobody's bitch. Nobody's. And I don't appreciate illegal immigrants that make me look bad. Does that make sense? Woosa. You guys know that after everything I just said, none of that is stuck with anybody on the left. I just told my American patriots, my American brothers, and my legal Hispanics for Trump. That's the only people that I told that to. Everybody else, they have no idea what language I used. They just don't get it. Nothing sinks in. I bet you right now they're sitting, oh, this mother, oh, that mother, and they're over there cussing me out and telling me this, and like Alberto Jimenez. What's that? You should be ashamed. No, I'm not ashamed. I am very happy that I believe in justice. I am very happy that I believe that following the law is good. And listen, I'm going to tell you something. And people don't believe me. I'm going to tell you something. There is times, and I shouldn't be telling you this because you guys don't give a crap about my life or my happiness. You guys can care less about my well-being. I understand that. But I'm going to tell you anyway. I have been this close to moving back to Honduras, to be on my own. No family, just me, just by myself. I find myself many times in life in a depressive moment. Anxiety kicks in. Loneliness, even though you're surrounded by a lot of people, loneliness creeps in. And depression is miserable company. It's not a nice thing to have. It's not a nice thing to have. So forgive me for trying to do some things right. Forgive me for trying to show myself some discipline. Again, I know you don't care about me. So you know what that means? I don't care about your insults. I don't care that you don't care. I have enough problems of my own. Sister Trinity knows. I share a lot with her about how I feel. The things that make me happy and the things that don't make me happy. The goals that we have. Why do I share my goals that I have with her? She's been a great sister to me since we met on this channel. She's been a blessing in my life because she's so supportive. 100% she's supportive. She encourages me to keep moving forward. We are not perfect by any means. But that's the kind of friendship that I like. That's the kind of friendship that I like. And you should be looking out for your soul. I give you that, Raz. Save your own soul. I give you that. How do I do that? First of all, I can't save my own soul. You have to understand that. But you can lose your soul if you're not careful. How many times have I had family around and I still feel like I have nobody around me? It's deep. Again, I shouldn't share this with you, but that's how it is. I like that username, a Gad's Plan. I like that. That is correct. All right, let's go ahead and continue with this video before I depress the whole chat.
Up there in Minnesota.
And this is the story everybody's talking about right now. For more on this, we are joined by CBP Senior Advisor Ron Vitiello. Ron, good morning to you. Great to see you.
Good morning. Thanks for inviting me.
Of course. So some Republicans are pushing the idea that any Somalis who are convicted of defrauding American taxpayers as part of this scheme should have their legal status revoked, even their U.S. citizenship stripped away. Here's Republican Congressman from Minnesota, Tom Emmer. He says, quote, "I have 3 words regarding Somalis who have committed fraud against American taxpayers. Send them home. If they're here illegally, deport them immediately. If they're naturalized citizens, revoke their citizenship and deport them quickly after. If we need to change the law to do that, I will." Ron, as you are well aware, denaturalization is a pretty rare process. It's also very tedious. Should it be on the table here?
Absolutely. That's the way the law works. If you defraud the government, and obviously there's a lot of fraud going on in Minnesota in this case, the U.S. Attorney's talking about up to $9 billion. You know, the federal government sends Minnesota $26 billion every year. That's about a third of their budget, and they certainly weren't watching what was happening. And so if these people are involved in fraud to get that money and send it all over the world to keep it for themselves, they may have lied on their citizenship applications. They might have lied on how they came into the country, et cetera, what benefits they exposed themselves to on the immigration side. And if they lied about that, then they could be removed if they're in the country as immigrants. And if they're citizens and they lied on those in that process, they could be denaturalized.
And there are some media outlets who are kind of pushing back on this DHS crackdown in the state of Minnesota. Essentially,
Baba, thank you for the PayPal, brother. I appreciate it. God bless you for that gift.
Saying this is all about demonizing immigrants and Somalis. Take a listen.
The other part of this is an attempt to make this about Somalis in general, as opposed to just about the people who are responsible. It's not really about the fraud.
This is absolutely an attack on the Somali community and on immigrants writ large. The vast majority of the Somali residents of Minnesota are citizens. They're not new immigrants. So this is just a further example of the Trump White House doing everything they can to vilify immigrants.
But I mean, Ron, you look at the numbers. There have been 92 people charged in this fraud scheme in Minnesota. 82 of them have been Somalis. Facts are facts. The overwhelming majority of the people committing these crimes are foreigners who have come here to take advantage of the American taxpayer. Give us your thoughts.
Well, 100%. We had an administration with Joe Biden that was encouraging people to come in the United States. Apparently, they're encouraging people to come to Minnesota and steal taxpayers' money that's designed to help that very community. This is a crime that happened in a place, and that crime was conducted by certain people that are in the United States. They happen to be from Somalia, and so they're the ones that are going to be prosecuted and removed. And so the left that wants to run to the microphone and protect people who are in the country illegally, who have committed crimes and have defrauded Americans, they don't deserve our respect.
And I do want to ask you about another topic. Brand new report out regarding ICE arrests essentially says that new data shows that 70% of ICE arrests in 2025 were convicted criminals or people with pending charges. This from the Washington Examiner essentially says that in 2025, ICE arrested 595,000 illegal immigrants. And according to DHS data, 70% of them, about 416,000, have criminal convictions or pending criminal charges. Ron, got about 30 seconds left here. Democrats and activists have repeatedly said that ICE is not targeting criminals, but the data says otherwise.
Yeah, the facts are here. right? We've heard Tom Homan say this. We've heard the secretary and her leadership say this is what's going on. We're going after the worst of the worst. They're going after the worst of the worst. ISIS putting up record numbers on the board. Over almost 2 million people have decided to leave the country because they're here illegally. The policies are working. The front line is empowered to do a great job for America, and we're making America safe as we speak. The border's been locked down for the last year almost.
All right, got to leave it there. Ron Vitiello, Senior CBP Advisor, thanks for coming on. Appreciate your insights as always, my friend.
Well, there you have it. See how everybody sees the news differently? Everybody sees the news differently. Now, before I show you my next clip, I see something on the queue for my list here, and let me. I'm just curious what this is. Okay, if it has music, I'm not gonna play it, but let's see what this is.
The spotlight is shifting.
Okay, yeah, I can't play it with the music, but this guy on the left, that is Washington State's governor, and he has been in connection with Tampon Tim from Minnesota. Some say that there might be something more to do here. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to send you something, Trinity. It's a little bit disturbing, so just be ready. Okay, that's the one. It might be double because I've been taking the screenshot of this, okay? But I want to share this with you. Let's see. Well, that's stupid. Let's see. Oh, there you are. I want to send it to your email, okay? And I'm just going to put the title in there so you can see it. So check your email, Trinity, and just check that out, okay? Cutting Edge, my brother, how are you, man? Good to see you in here, man. Good to see you in here. But anyway, so the Washington hit by massive Somali fraud, it says up there in the title, after Minnesota daycare shocker. Well, guess what? They have the same tactics over here in Washington State. So here's the thing, guys. You have to understand something, okay? Now, this is not going to be a fact. This is just going to be a kind of like a heads up on what I'm seeing, okay? Bob Ferguson, the governor of Washington State, it's in deep trouble because DOJ is running some audits. They are going to go to court for this. They want to see the voter rolls. They want to check election. They're checking for fraud because they have enough reason to suspect that there'll be more than the actual number of the people that they have found voting illegally. But not only that, they are worried that DOJ is going to come in and they are going to audit the books. And I'm talking about money. So here's the thing. Before this whole fraud, thanks, Scotty, the military is the only option now. We're going to hold on as long as we can, brother. Calm down. We're not going to be attacking yet. Hold on. We're not there yet. So what's happening is this, okay? Just so you guys have a little background story to what's going on. Washington State had a healthy budget. Yes, the previous governor also screwed that up. But the leftists, the Democrats, let's call it for what it is, guys. I am not being prejudiced against Democrats. They used to be a great party. And I'm not favoritizing Republicans either, okay? But Republicans align more with my views, just like Democrats did before, okay? Okay. All right. So because Bob Ferguson has allowed for these socialist programs to go unchecked, unhinged. They have used NGOs to money laundering. And they are trying to find out How can they get their hands on more money? Well, Rush, babe, she's from my state. Check this out, Rush. So they got to find a way to get more money. The only way that they can think of about getting more money is not the smart way. They just want to tax. They want to implement state taxes, which our Constitution is against it. And yet, every Democrat and libtard that comes into my channel, they say they don't want us to use unconstitutional things that Trump is doing. Thank you, Bill. Was involved in the death of Melissa Hartman. Ooh, did you watch my videos, brother? Okay, Michelle, I get you. I trust me. I want social services to still work, but not just any social services. Do you understand? Like, for example, I believe that SNAP welfare benefit was meant. I believe, not that it was, but I believe that it was created with the best intentions to help those who just needed that little extra help. Now it's been abused. As every other social service, it always gets abused. The only thing that doesn't get abused is your hard-earned money. The things that people work for. Because it's so hard to get it, they appreciate it more. This is a fact of life that we have been learning since we are children. We learn responsibility. Look at the people. You can judge the rich people by this, right? On this, I'm with you. So if you have a rich child, right, and that rich child has everything, there's no regard of anything. They don't have to work. They don't know the responsibility. They got maids. They don't have to fix their bed. They don't have to clean their room. They don't got to do anything. I mean, they're almost in the future to where they just do like this and have some machine brush their teeth. People bathe them and all this other stuff, right? I know I'm exaggerating to the medieval times, but the point is, somebody that gets everything just handed over to them, they go rotten. There's this saying that grandma says, "I'm going to spoil you rotten." It's a funny saying, kind of like break a leg, right? To wish somebody luck. But the truth is that people do get rotten, and when they're rotten, they don't know reality from fiction. It's not a fairy tale. I'm a half a century old almost. I've learned this all my life. I know that if you get a lot of money for free all at once, you are just going to waste it. Or you have learned to manage that money, and then you can do something with it. It's very common sense, really, when you think about it, right? So I am with you, Michelle. I'm with you with having social services. Let me see what you say here. The solution for fighting welfare abuse is hiring more auditors. Sure, not cutting funding for those who need it. Well, unfortunately, those who need it are very fraudulent people. They don't care if anything is legit or not. They just don't. So, again, the best thing to do is make sure that everybody that is applying truly, really, truly qualify. Okay? And if they don't qualify and they're still poor and they choose to live on the street, that's not our responsibility. They got to go somewhere, but they can't just be here. They can't be here. I'm sorry. That's not how it works. Okay? So that's where I'm at with that, okay? Just so you know. That's where I'm at. What the heck? I thought I sent it to you, Trinity. What the heck? To Trinity. Oh, I sent it to the email. That's why. I don't see it on my... All right. Did you check your email, Trinity? I thought I sent it to your cell phone. So, again, guys, it doesn't matter how many times we explain common sense to Democrats. It's crazy because even people on the right, even people that knew that voting for Democrats was the wrong thing to do, even they go back and say, oh, I'm tired of President Donald Trump. I'm going back to vote for Democrats. It's like you never learned your lesson. You just never learned your lesson. It's just crazy how that works. I'm out of words on how people think that works. It's unbelievable. Okay, but nonetheless, let's go back to Bob Ferguson here in Washington State. I know, Michelle, but like I said, Democrats and Republicans. Okay, you're well intended. You're well intended, and trust me, I do. I agree with this. But listen, would you agree that we should have a social service? This is stupid. A social service that would allow transgenders to be shaved in jail. I know it sounds stupid. I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, so let me just go ahead and switch gears a little bit. Bob Ferguson has a problem, economical problem. He wants to raise taxes. We don't want it. We don't want it. We hate it. And he knows that people in Washington are waking up to the Democrats always raising taxes on us. People are leaving Washington State every 30 minutes. Somebody's leaving. Taxpayers are jumping ship. Big companies like Microsoft are threatening to leave, to go to a different state. And let me tell you something. Seattle, there is so much potential in the Northwest, here in the Puget Sound. There's so much potential for companies to thrive, to make money, to help people get better life. Well, for Washington State, we're still in I think the whole population for the whole state of Washington, I believe is almost 10 million people. Okay? And I mean, we're looking at elections here for the cities, maybe 8,000, 5,000, 10,000 people per city. And then you have the county. And then, you know what I'm saying? You have all these regions and all this stuff. But what is ridiculous is that shouldn't be used at all. Not $100 should go for that. They are cutting our police officers down, and they're hiring social workers. I kid you not. This is the plan for the new mayor of Seattle. They're hiring social workers to go help. It's just like Senator Kennedy says, when you need the police to come over to your house, don't call the police, call a crackhead. Social workers are not going to be able to hold on to crowds, riot control. You see the hard job that the rioting police have, and they are trained, strong people. You know what I'm saying? They are trained, strong people, and they're having a hard time. What do you think a social worker is going to do? No weapons, nothing. People are just going to run over them like nothing. And so we got to be very careful, right, with the choices and the things that we support. I know sometimes people think that my methods are too drastic, too rough. But I think that instead of raising taxes, instead of going to Minnesota to figure out how Tampa Tim is making a lot of money, and how is it that he's able to give this money to Somalis? He wants to figure out, how do I get in on the scheme of things? How do I get in on this scam without being in trouble for it? And he knows that Tim has been getting away with it for 10 years or more. Minnesota fraud is a long time fraud that's been happening, and everybody keeps excusing it. So now Bob Ferguson is dealing with him, and guess what we found over here in Washington State that Somalis are doing? Guess what's happening? Anybody, take a guess. What is happening here in Washington State? Yeah, what has happened here in Washington State? Let me give you a hint. Ready? Minnesota daycares. Yeah. Same people. No, yeah, same people. Somalis. I can't make this shit up, guys. I cannot make it up. I cannot make it up. It is true. Okay? So now he's in hot water because now that all this is coming out in the air again, but this time actually everybody's watching, everybody's paying attention. MSNBC, ABC, CNN, they have been keeping this story in the DL. Nobody knows. I showed you guys many times. We've gone to the CNN website, videos, nothing about fraud in Minnesota. Nothing. A lot of things about Trump. A lot of things about Venezuela. A lot of things of people saying nasty things about Trump. But nothing about the fraud in Minnesota. Isn't that interesting? I find that very interesting. Okay, so we can't play this video here because she put music on there. But that's okay. That's okay. Why don't we go ahead and go to the message that Trump officials have announced not too long ago. This is about a couple hours old now because I've been live for an hour and a half already. If you haven't heard it, here it is.
Secretary Jim O'Neill. I'm here with Assistant Secretary Alex Adams. Alex oversees the Administration for Children and Families. Intrepid journalists have made shocking and credible allegations of extensive fraud in Minnesota's child care programs. We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
My office, ACF, provides Minnesota $185 million in child care funds each year. That money should be helping 19,000 American children, including toddlers and infants. Any dollar stolen by fraudsters is stolen from those children. Yesterday, I spoke directly with the director of the Minnesota Child Care Services Office. She could not tell me with confidence whether those allegations of fraud are isolated or whether there's fraud stretching statewide.
Today, we have taken 3 direct actions against the blatant fraud that seems to be rampant in Minnesota. First, I have activated our Defend the Spend system for all ACF child care payments across America. Starting today, we require a justification, receipt, or photo evidence before we make a payment. Second, I have just signed and sent a demand letter to Governor Walz. I required a full 360 review of these centers. This includes attendance records, licenses, complaints, investigations, and inspections.
And third, we've launched a dedicated fraud reporting hotline and email address at childcare.gov. Whether you're a parent, a provider, a member of the public, we want to hear from you. Let me be crystal clear. ACF expects every state to uphold the highest standards of oversight, monitoring, and accountability for federal dollars. Minnesota is no exception.
We're committed to holding bad actors accountable. Regardless of rank or office, anyone who's involved in perpetrating this fraud against the American people should expect to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Produced by the U.S.
I like that. To the fullest extent of the law. Trying to cover their tracks. New details.
DHS Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs, Tricia McLaughlin, says there's more to come, and she joins us tonight. All right, Tricia, thank you so much. What are the agents looking for, and what have they found so far?
Jason, thank you so much for having me. As we speak, our Homeland Security investigators, hundreds are on the ground. They're knocking doors. They're going to local businesses. They're going to these sites where we believe that there is rampant fraud, whether it be daycare centers, healthcare centers, or other organizations that take taxpayer dollars. Our Homeland Security investigators on the ground are also seeing that.
Thank you, Baba. And who was complaining about the big, beautiful bill? Who was complaining about billions of dollars going to Argentina? Only Democrats, right? Only people on the left were complaining. Well, some people on the right as well. But they were complaining about that. But nobody complained about this fraud. It's been going on for years, over a decade, it seems like. I find it interesting that people just say, oh, wait, remember Trump? Trump, yeah, Trump is bad. Remember, forget about this fraud. Trump is bad. Okay, now you're back on track. You are back into a full lie that you believe is the truth. That's what they do. It's what they do. Governor Gavin Newsom, he was caught red-handed when he said that he had a change of heart about transgenders because of his son. And all of a sudden, how did he fix that backtrack? How did he backtrack? How did he cover that up with people? Remember Trump. Those tariffs, They are destroying California. They're destroying California. You know, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't trust the guy. He's been a scumbag. He's a liar. Truly a liar. I can't even call any of you guys on the chat here liars, but I can call Newscom a liar. He's lied to people straight to their face. Remember that one time that what was it? One of his constituents was very concerned about something, and Gavin Newsom said, "Oh, I'm in the phone with them right now," and then they showed the phone, and there was no call. He lied to that person right there just to get away from her. I'm going to try to find the video, okay? I'm going to try to find the video. But let's go ahead and continue listening to her.
These suspected perpetrators are really trying to cover their tracks. They're trying to whitewash the operational facts on the ground, purporting to be a legitimate business, have legitimate business operations, when it's all a fugazi. So we're going to continue to ask those questions. We're learning more and more, especially with the FBI and our DOJ partners on the ground.
Well, a lot of this comes through Health and Human Services. And look, I understand that the assistant, whatever title he was, said, oh, they're taking immediate action. But to be honest with you, Tricia, this has been going on for years. To say they've taken immediate action, that probably should have happened a year ago. This doesn't flow through Homeland Security. It flows through Health and Human Services. But ultimately, it is the responsibility of the governor and the state of Minnesota. But to say they took immediate actions, with all due respect, these reports go back almost 10 years.
No, you're absolutely right, Jason. Either they're culpable or they buried their head in the sand. But fortunately, President Trump, Secretary Noem, and the entire administration, this is an all-hands-on-deck operation. You saw HHS freezing that funding, SBA freezing that funding, FBI's on the ground. We've surged hundreds of officers from Homeland Security investigations. But if you rewind even a month, we saw that this problem was happening. We've arrested more than 500 criminal legal aliens off of the streets of Minneapolis alone. We have a wide-scale investigation into immigration fraud with our USCIS partners. So the Trump administration is not resting on our laurels. We will get answers and accountability for the American people.
CNN weighed in on the White House getting involved in Minnesota over the fraud allegations. Have a look at this, and I want to get your reaction.
This is an attempt to make this about Somalis in general, as opposed to just about the people who are responsible. It's not really about the fraud.
This is absolutely an attack on the Somali community and on immigrants writ large, right, to further say negative things. And the vast majority of the Somali residents of Minnesota are citizens. They're not new immigrants.
Yeah, it's racism, Tricia. You know, just because it's fraud, we should ignore it because, you know, they might be from, somewhere in Africa.
It's amazing to me, but of course it shouldn't surprise me that CNN makes this about race baiting when in reality it's about stopping fraud and abuse and being responsible for U.S. taxpayer dollars. I think people across the aisle, Republican, Democrat, Independent, doesn't matter. We should be praising Nick Shirley. He's did courageous and really remarkable journalism, and CNN should have been ahead of this all along, as well as the rest of the mainstream media.
Amen to that. Tricia McLaughlin, thank you, and Happy New Year.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
I don't think the Democrats like to listen to those kind of news anyway, but I did find the video here from Gavin Newsom. Well. Let's see here. There we go.
Destruction. A distraught mother whose daughter's school burned down encountered Governor Newsom during a visit to the Palisades.
And it was caught on tape, and this video aired on Sky News.
You got a second? Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear your call? Because I don't believe it.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the call.
Why is the president not taking your call?
Because it's not going through. So
Why?
I have to get cell service.
So let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be
What did he say? What did he say?
Literally.
I'm literally
talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your
I'm literally talking to the president.
call? Because I don't believe it.
Can I see the call? Because I don't believe it. Hey, listen. I'm just, I remember, I watched this before, okay? I remember this. That's why I looked for the video, because I watched the news live when it was happening. So listen to him lie straight to her face. 100%. There is no editing. There is nothing.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the
Why
call.
is the president not taking your call?
Because it's not going through. So
Why?
I have to get cell service.
Why is the president not taking your call? Because it's not going through.
Let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
I appreciate it. I'm doing that right now. And it's to immediately get reimbursements, individual assistance, and to help you. I'm devastated for you. I'm so sorry, especially for your daughter. I have 4 kids. Losing the school.
Everyone who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one and building another. Governor, please tell me, what are you going to do with the president right now?
We're getting the resources to help rebuild.
Why was there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
To
everything
fill the
I can.
hydrants. I would fill them up personally. You know that.
I literally.
I would fill up the hydrants myself.
I understand.
But would you do that?
I would do whatever I can.
But you're not. I see the. Do you know there's water dripping over there, Governor? There's water coming out there. You can use it.
I appreciate it. I'm going to make the call to address everything I can right now, including making sure people
I'd
are
like
safe.
to make sure you do. Can I have an opportunity to at least tell people you're doing what you're saying you're doing? Could somebody have a contact? Can I have your contact information?
Right there.
The governor's office said.
Hey, listen, if you're not on my side, that's okay. You can hate me all you want. But that right there, my friends, that right there, that is Gavin Newsom lying straight to her face. The poor victim crying, and he's lying straight to her face. How about you don't lie? See, they are so used to lying. Why can't he say, listen to her? Listen to her, and then you can say, you know what? I'm trying to reach out to the president. We'll see what we can do. Let's go ahead and work on this. Whatever it is that you got to do, but don't lie. You don't need to lie. See, a liar, once they convince themselves that those lies are the only way to live in life, and that they don't have to be honest, because stupid people will always believe them, even if they see atrocities right in front of their face. They just want some guy to say some nice words and make you feel all warm and cozy inside. What was the one reason why all these idiot teenage and young adult females voted for Mondani? Now, I'm a guy. I don't think the guy is handsome at all. I can tell you, Jim Caviezel, that's a handsome guy right there. I'll tell you that right now. So I know handsome when I see one, okay? Now, that's not that may be gay, but I can tell you the main reason why most of the young women voted for Mondani is because they have the hots for him. It is what it is. I'm not going to take that away from him. I'm not going to take away that from him. It is what it is. People are attracted to the devil a lot. The devil shows you all this fake happiness and joy. God shows you the reality and the truth that life is hard, but yet you can find joy if you seek him. It's very simple, right? Very simple. All right, that was just an extra clip. It was an extra clip. I was not going to show you that. That was just an extra clip. Now, I will say this, guys. We are, never mind, we are already at 14.6 thousand subscribers. So thank you guys for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that support. And maybe one day I am going to have at least 14,000 people at the same time. That's impossible. Different time zones. People watch me from around across the world. People watch me here in the States. They watch me everywhere. And so the time zones, time frames, all this stuff is different. But I would say this, whenever you do get a chance to come into my live and you get a chance to come in here and comment in my live, I appreciate you. And believe me, even if you disagree with me, you are doing a good thing. You are doing a good thing. Some of the trolls in here, however, no, they're not doing a good thing. All they do is hate. They never put anything informational. Like I will give kudos to Michelle. Michelle was putting some stuff on the chat. I agree with her. She corrected me on some of the things that I said, and she's true. She's honest. So I appreciate that. You don't always have to agree with me, but you got to give me something to work with, okay? This guy says, tell your admins to stop deleting or blocking people. Why is that? Oh, that's how you spell my name in French, but it's a double N. It's pronounced in English. Dennis, not Denu. Let's see. So here's the rules if you guys don't know. If you guys are in my channel, thanks for subscribing there, Antonio. The rules in here is if you're going to put a negative comment, something nasty, it's got to be put in there with at least a $5 super chat. Otherwise, the comment is deleted. If you're being hateful, you get time out for 5 minutes. You get taken out. If you want to be able to keep that bad comment in there, you better put a $5 super chat on there. That is the rules. So they will give you a timeout for 5 minutes, and eventually they will get rid of you. So it goes to 5, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, one full day, and eventually you don't come back. And I believe that they're doing a good job. They know the rules, okay? So I trust them completely. Hey, William, how are you, my friend? There you go. He knows. Omar in the house. I gave you a big shout out earlier, my brother. It's good to see you on here. All right. So we got some background information on the fraud happening in Minnesota. I wanted to show you these videos because they have been made from months ago. This is an ongoing thing. CNN hasn't been talking about it, right? Yeah, right. Nothing from CNN. NBC, nothing. ABC, nothing. Nothing from their corrupted left legacy media. Nothing. And yet people hate Fox because they are out there saying things that don't align with what they want to hear. Well, that's not how it works. Truth hurts. Truth cuts. It's a double-edged sword, just like the Old and the New Testament in the Bible. It cuts both ways, okay? And, you have things like, groups like Antifa and all these rioters and et cetera. But forget about those people. I'm reaching out to common sense Americans. I don't care if you're a Democrat, Independent, or Republican. Common sense Americans. I want you to put chats. I want you to put your name on the chat and tell me why you think the way you think. Don't just come in and say liar or this or that. That's not constructive. That's not going to help anybody. It certainly isn't going to help you. And that's why we have mods that are working hard to make sure that hateful comments stay out of the chat. Biden Youssef, Chewbacca, I smell you. I'm not good at that making that sound, but that's as close as I can get. They're crying because we're not letting them just talk BS. That's right, Trinity. You tell them. I got my strongest 2 sisters in here taking care of business. What's up, baby?
So much stronger than you.
Oh, yeah? I love you, princess. Talking to my daughter. All right, let's go ahead and open up the lines. Do you guys want to call in? Or do you want me to just... Chris, ¿qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa, ese? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Por qué con el insulto? ¿Qué tiene, cabrón? Si soy gordo, flaco, pues ¿qué? ¿Qué tiene? ¿Qué tiene? A ver, ¿qué tiene? ¿Cuánta gente gorda tú conoces y vas allá y los insultas? No manches. No manches. I'm telling this guy to stop talking BS. He says I need to lose weight because I'm too fat. Bro, seriously, why do you have to body shame? There's a lot of material in your face alone, but we're not going there. Okay? I don't hate fat people. I don't hate skinny people. Everybody has the right to be who they want to be and look to how they want to look. All right. Yeah, thank goodness for Trinity. Absolutely. And Trinity is very special to me. She has won my heart. I appreciate my sister. Okay, there is one video. What happened to this freaking video? Where did it go? Let me see if I can find it. Is it this one?
And fraud, and we headed over to George Floyd's neighborhood to expose.
No, it's not this one. I think it's because of the email. So I'll tell you what. Let me do it this way. Let me grab another tab here, and then I think I copied that link. Let's see. All right, I like this guy. He be putting some good clips on here sometimes. Take a listen to this. This was sent to me by Man, so we're gonna go ahead and play this clip.
The donkey party. Check this out.
Why is it that the Democrat Party, the donkey party, loves to position minorities in a place where they lord over us and keep us subservient to their system? The only system that's truly harming and endangering minorities in this country is the Democrat Party.
Truth bombs. The donkey party. Check.
The donkey party. Guys, that's a black man right there talking. Hispanics for Trump, blacks for Trump, gays for Trump. I find it very interesting when people come in here and insult me and call me gay. I know sometimes, some people actually that I understand, we joke around with it. That's fine. But I find it very interesting that these people that are really disliking us, they like to insult us a lot, don't they? I find it very interesting. What is crazy is that I always tell people when I say libtards and ignorance and dumb and this and that, it doesn't mean a specific person. And for some reason, this is what I find interesting. Let's see. Michelle says, running water in Northern California to fight fires in the Palisades is like sending firefighters to Maine for a fire south. Yeah, it is. It's bigger than that. I live in Sacramento for just a few months, and I heard about this fighting between for the water of the lake and Sacramento, Folsom, and the whole area of Northern California don't want to share the water with California. I don't know what's going on over there. To be honest, I'm not too deep into that information. I guess I gave up on trying to understand California. I got my own state to worry about here in Washington State. So anyway, when I say libtards and I use all these names, I find it interesting that none of my patriots, of my subscribers, none of my members respond to it. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy, right? You see what I'm saying? None of them get insulted. None of them respond in negativity. And the trolls, it's like seeing a person that is possessed, but you got to throw some holy water on them. And they start cooking. And they just can't take it. And even though they can yell in their room, in the basement, on their mama's basement, even though they can say anything, they just have to type it. Bubba, you know it. You know it. But am I telling the truth? I'm telling the truth, yeah? Yeah. So I go to I don't do it by choice. I don't go looking for it. But the Democrat side, the libtards, right? Their YouTube channel comes on my feed as I'm looking for information, right? Quick news and things like that. And so I get these lives like the way that I do it. And they are, of course, the opposite of what I say and what I believe. And what is funny is that they are insulting us, right? On the right side, they say, if you support Trump, they're insulting us, okay? And I comment on their feed sometimes. And I just say, well, hey, I found that this was happening and this other thing happened. And I'm gone. Done. I don't sit there to try to call on names to them. I don't sit them to tell them, oh, you have insulted my ego and I am offended and oh, how dare you, animal, tell me this. How dare you, liar, liar, liar. I can never find myself doing that on their chat. I can never go over there and make a ridicule of myself and just say, you're a liar, 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 pedophile, pedophile, liar, pedophile. Release the Biden files. Some people make fun of it here, which is why it's okay. But I don't go up there and just tell them and trash down on their channel. I have stuck around a little bit when I hear a so-called conservative calling in to try and talk to these libtards. And the information that they give is just like you're missing so much in that comment right there. In that call, you're missing a lot of information, my friend. I'm not sure why you called in. You know they're going to clown on you. You know they're going to put you down. You know they're not trying to have some sort of a debate to see if they can show you their opinions without hating you, or if you can give them your opinion without them disliking you even more for giving them your opinion. They don't seem like that. Now, the only time I get carried away over here is when I lose my marbles, when people are being very ignorant about something. Like today, earlier, I had a call today, right? This guy wanted to know a bunch of stuff. Now, you have to understand something. I try to be very lenient with people. And the first thing he said, okay, number one, he's Hispanic, okay? I'm not going to say what country. Let's just say that the first country that he should have applied for asylum should have been Mexico, not the United States of America. But anyway, so he tells me, okay, don't interrupt, blah, blah, blah. Let's be respectful, bada bing, bada boom. Okay, I get it. I'm with you. I am going to give this guy my own undivided attention. Why? Because I believe what I believe because I have fought myself. I have argued with myself. I have seen both sides of the story. I have seen what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. Why does this work? Why that doesn't work? And so I already have the answers, but he's asking me question, blah, 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 his story, question, blah, 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 question, story, blah, 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 question, story, blah, blah, blah. And then I let him talk because the questions that he's asking me is not for me to answer. He's asking me a question that he thinks that I'm going to remember 5 minutes later after he's done telling me his story. So I allowed him to talk. When it was my turn to talk, I was hitting all the points that I thought were important of what I believe. I'm going backwards from where he started. And he couldn't let me finish. He had to interrupt me to add more to the story. That's not how it works. You got to let me finish. I let you talk more than 7 minutes straight talking. 7 minutes straight talking. I'm in my 2 minutes talking, and he's already cutting me off. That's not cool. Well, at least it felt like 7 minutes. I don't know. It could be less. But the point is, I let him finish until he was done. So here's the problem. So he was an illegal immigrant. He says, my mother brought me here with my 7 siblings, blah, blah, blah. Holy crap. Imagine that. 1 mother, 7 kids, no job, no English, no papers, no authorization to be in this country. Guess who's going to take care of those children? Even if they're illegal, children have what they say human rights. And so they have to give them free services because they're not going to let any children starve. That's just not the way that we are. okay? But the point is that he was illegal. Now, he is now a citizen. And so his argument is, and I already got my answer because I don't have to make anything up. I don't have to think about anything. I already have my answer. There is no, Brian was there. There is no excuse. See, I am tired of hearing excuses of why people break the law. Having a need does not give you the right to break the law. And if you break the law for an emergency, for example, here's this. I'm going to give you something simple. Your wife is pregnant. Water broke. Doggone it, the ambulance is too far away. You get in the car, you're driving, you're speeding. Police officers behind you. They're chasing you. You continue to drive in desperation. You are breaking the law. You are evading police officer because you know your wife is water broke. The baby's coming. It's just a matter of time before the baby just pops out. So you have a decision. Either you stop, get caught by the police, explain the situation. He will probably escort you to the hospital, right? I'm assuming. And or you can just completely go. There's consequences to what you're doing. Now you may get a pardon, or you may have to pay some tickets, right? But you do that out of desperation. Now when the whole situation is taken care of, the baby's born and all this stuff is happening, the right thing to say and to do is I'm going to hold myself accountable. I'm going to hold myself accountable. Omar, that wife is coming, baby. You be patient, bro. You be patient. You keep seeking God first. You keep seeking God. That wife is coming. Then you can say, okay, police officer, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I was desperate. There's so many things that he could have done, right? But I'm just making a point. Chris, calm down, essay. It's just an example of how things could happen. This is my story, doggone it. Just listen. And so the police officer can say whatever, right? But there's consequences. It doesn't matter what emergency you have. You can explain your case. This is your due process, right? Explain your case. Show your side of the story, etc. But all you have to know is that if you're speeding, it doesn't matter the emergency. You don't have emergency lights. You don't have sirens. There is no safety, and you're careless driving, or you're reckless driving is what they call it. So there's going to be consequences. Maybe there won't. Maybe there won't. But that's just an example that I can give you. And so here's the thing. See, his mother, out of desperation, which let me be clear, my mother was also desperate. See, I broke down my whole story of how I came here, and he didn't care. He didn't care to hear that. See, I listened to all that, and on top of that, I am reading the negative comments. People insulting me. People saying bad things about me. And that, it plays with you, right? I have to just let it, just oil myself. Oil. A lot of oil everywhere, and then just let it just fall off. But, I'm looking at the insults, and then I'm listening to his story, and by the time that he finished, okay, he talked negative about Israel. I mentioned that it's hard to separate religion from government, from politics, and he agreed. And then so he made a case of saying that, Israel is evil because they have this book that they follow, and then he went into the religious part of it. I tried to explain, I don't care. My support is for Israel, period. It doesn't matter what my background is about it. I support Israel. Is there good people in Israel? Yes. Is there bad people in Israel? Yes. I am not going to go into details and defend them. I'm not doing that. I believe what I believe, period. And I gave an example in the same manner about the United States. There's good, bad people. There's Muslims. There's this, there's that. Okay, we have all of that here. But I support America first. Everybody in America gets support, 100%. Even though we have wicked, even though we have bad people, even though we have witchcraft, even though we have people that are just sexually perverted in so many levels, even though we have probably multitudes of people going to hell, I still believe on America first. I still believe on the relationship that we have with Israel. I believe on saving Venezuela. Are we going to benefit from oil? Absolutely. Are we going to benefit from rare earth minerals? Absolutely. Are we going to benefit with a better relationship with Venezuela? Absolutely. Excuse me. Why do I say that, guys? Because we have enemies. Our enemies are watching us at every step of the way. They know how Democrats don't like Republicans. They know how Republicans don't like Democrats. They have us fighting each other. See, we have a democracy that is meant for us to vote into what we want for our country. Democrats don't want to admit that illegal immigrants have been voting in the elections. Here in Washington State, Rush Babe is my witness, and I hope that you know this. They stopped counting votes. They said, oh, we already reached more than half of the registered voters. And they stopped the count. Why? Because maybe they would show that there is an overwhelming votes that will shed to light the cheating that's been going on in our elections here in Washington State. There is no way that the majority of Washingtonians are that stupid to say, please continue taxing us. Please continue closing down the farms. Please continue to reject corporations that will bring thousands of jobs, that will bring millions of tax dollars into our economy in Washington State. Please allow us to build some NGOs where we have no track of where the money is going. Please don't audit our money, our budget, our expenses. Please don't look at our voter rolls. I refuse to believe that Washingtonians are stupid. Is there going to be a lot of people that are going to vote for Democrats because they're loyalists? Of course. It happens. It happens. So regardless of how you feel about Israel, it doesn't trump how I feel about Israel. Whether you find that there is a benefit on helping Israel or not, it is irrelevant. You know why? Because you don't say anything about the fraud in Minnesota. Because you don't say anything about Muslims invading our country trying to pass Sharia law. Because you don't say anything about voting in a communist Muslim. Because you don't say anything about millions and millions of illegal immigrants coming into our country, invading our country. You have to understand these things are serious. It's not racist. It's not hateful. It's not Islamophobic. It's none of that. Everybody has a freedom of religion. But the moment that religion is saying death to America, the moment that people start saying that we are infidels and we should be killed, that's the moment that you should wake up and say, oh, hell no, we are not going down like that. I will accept every Muslim that denies the pedophile and the murderer whom Muslim radicals consider to be their most high prophet, Muhammad. I will accept all Muslims that reject Sharia law. I will accept all Muslims that reject jihadists. I will accept every Muslim that really does believe on helping their neighbors. And somebody keeps throwing in my chat, Leviticus. Help the neighbor, help the foreigner. See, Leviticus doesn't say go kill the infidels. It says to help your neighbors as you will help your own self, right? That's what it says, right? Yeah. So the Quran adds to it. We had Muslims in New York, for Pete's sakes. Even after 9/11, Muslims in New York saying death to Americans in our streets. And the Democrats were saying freedom of speech. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Can you believe that? Let me see if I can find a clip from there. Let me take a look. Let me see if I can find a clip. And this was on the news. This is how I knew about it. Let's see if I can find it. You know, I love technology, man. We can find all kinds of information. Let me see if we can find it. Well, let's see if we can find it. Let me see. Come on, somebody's got to be able to put this on here. 24. What year was it? No, it was earlier than 24. It was earlier than that. Man, and he had the sign with him in front of a New York police officer. That is crazy. The police have their hands tied behind their back. They can't do anything. Here, let's take a look at this one. Let me see if this is one of them. This was it looks like it was this one is on TikTok, but let me see what else. Let me see if I can find a YouTube. This is April 17, 2024. Let's take a look at this clip. Let's take a look.
It should burn! Death to America! Death!
I didn't have to go far into that video. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Jason. Thank you for subscribing, Jackie. Thank you, Dixie, for subscribing. Appreciate you. Who else did I miss here? I think that was it. Yeah, I think that was it. Well, I didn't have to go too far into this video to hear it.
To America! When I think about the USF, it should burn! Death to America! We're anti-union and racist
too! Stop the world for Gaza. Oh, boy. So when I say things and you say that I'm lying about it, well, there's proof right there. I just told you that this is what they scream in our streets in the United States of America.
You imprison children too!
You imprison children too!
They're children too. Thank you, Kim. What is even worse, it's Americans are also chanting this. That is sad. That is completely sad. Biden Youssef, man, this guy, he made a fake subscription with a digital pen. How dare you? I'll put a digital pen on that subscribe. All right, so just so you know, this audio is going to be copyrighted, so it will be muted, deleted, seen, or whatever. So if you're watching this live, you are seeing all of this, but if you're watching the replay, this might be cut off completely because I will choose to remove it, okay? Let's see. This channel is proved by the same 6 videos every hour. What? This guy, how? You watch me all day long? You think I do the same videos every hour? Man, these guys are really, really good. Usually older hippies and college students who are brainwashed, says Rush Babe. It is crazy. Look at these white people. And there is some Mexicans in there. I can tell. There's a couple of black persons in there. But mainly dumb white people. You know, this whole... They're protesting here in the States, and what I find very interesting is, like, why don't you go try to do that over there? Go protest in the Middle East. If you really want to protest, the United States of America is for Americans. Knock it off. We're not going on the streets protesting, hey, support Israel. We don't do that. We don't do that. Okay? Well, let's go ahead and see what else they say. Bunch of retards. Look at this.
USN, it should burn! Death to America! When I think about the USN, it should burn! Death to America!
And I think that they just have that on a loop. But my point stands. Anti-Israel protesters. Check this out. 1 year ago.
All right, we begin the first hour of Fox and Friends with this. This is unbelievable. Anti-Israeli protesters find the Hezbollah flag in front of the New York Stock Exchange. Yes, the terroristic flag located in Lebanon. They're chanting also death to...
And yet for October 7th, none of them protested that.
To America in a few languages while marching through the streets of various cities in America.
Protesters jamming up traffic for hours on the Brooklyn Bridge, some even burning the American flag. Look at that.
Meanwhile, on the other coast in San Francisco,
of course, that was a trans burning the American flag, of course.
38 activists were arrested after shutting down the Golden Gate Bridge for almost 5 hours. Another group blocked several sections of the freeway around the Bay Area, brought the city to a grind.
And in Chicago, travelers heading to O'Hare International Airport were forced to drag their luggage down the highway after protesters completely blocked access to main terminal. 54 people were arrested there.
It's unbelievable that this is allowed to happen. I mean, this is a day. Also, it's not even a day in which you could say that there was a bombing of relief workers in Gaza. This is a day in which 24 hours prior, the country of Israel was under attack and was taken out and blocked most of those missiles and rockets by fellow Arab nations led primarily by Israel itself, us about 80. And then you have Jordan and Saudi Arabia also playing a predominant role, as well as Egypt could have even played a role. But yet here in America, somebody's paying all these 20-something-year-olds to take the pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah side, which is insane if you know the ethics and the values that don't exist in their organizations and in their countries, even for Iran.
Why?
What are they even thinking?
Why yesterday? It was tax day, and they did this in honor of tax day. These pro-Palestinian protesters in these cities disrupting the economic logistical hubs in hopes of sending a monetary message across our country. That's why Senators Marsha Blackburn and Tom Tillis have introduced this law to make it a federal crime to purposely obstruct public roads and highways. It's called the Safe and Open Streets Act.
Good for them. And we're going to talk to Speaker Mike Johnson about that coming up.
Let's listen from CNN. CNN says a lot of truth out here. Let's take a listen to CNN's remarks on this issue. This is from June of this year.
The Department of Homeland Security has bumped up the number now, announcing the arrest of 17 illegal aliens from Iran, all within this week. Officials are saying an Iranian national arrested in Texas yesterday had a long rap sheet with convictions like drug trafficking, conspiracy, intimidation, or force against a witness. Other Iranian aliens arrested on Monday had previous convictions such as assault with a deadly weapon, drug trafficking, sex offenses. The White House is reiterating that more than 1,500 Iranian nationals were released into the country during the Biden administration. Former DHS Secretary Jay Johnson says it's become a pressing security concern. Wait,
let me see. I thought what you said there, Michelle. If you read the Bible, you know that God said Israel turned its back on God, and so he turned his back on them. Well, he didn't. He never turned. That's not true. Maybe I got to read that scripture. Let me see. Let me find that scripture before I put my foot in my mouth. Let's see. I don't remember that part. Let's see. Israel. Let's find out the actual scripture. I like to see the actual scripture. Okay, because one thing it could be your interpretation, and one thing could be the scripture. Because I believe that God doesn't. He doesn't turn our back. He doesn't, because we turn our backs from them. We don't see him, but he doesn't see our sin. But yet he sent Jesus Christ to come and die for us on the cross. Let's see. In trouble, they would seek God, and he would be found by them. So I will tell you this, according to that little message that you're giving me there. There is a scripture that says, if my people but humble themselves. Let me see if I can find the actual scripture. This is awesome. Let's see if it's this one. Let me see if it's this one. Here we go. Perfect. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Chronicles 7:14. I'm actually going to go through that scripture. Let me find this on the Bible Gateway, New International Version. Here we go. 2 Chronicles 7:14 says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and I will heal their land. One funny thing about Jesus and the Word of God is that people don't understand how it works. For example, there is a parable. I'm going to find this parable and I'm going to read it word per word. Here, let me see if it's this one right here. Okay, Matthew 20:16. Let's read that. Here we go. Let's see if this is the right one, okay? Let's see if this is the right one. For the kingdom of heaven, this is Matthew 21-16. We're going to read the whole thing so we can have the full context. For the kingdom of heaven is like a landowner who went out early in the morning to hire workers for his vineyard. He agreed to pay them a denarius for the day and send them into his vineyard. Let those who have ears listen to what the Holy Spirit is saying. About 9 a.m, he went out and saw others standing in the marketplace doing nothing. He told them, you also go and work in my vineyard, and I will pay you whatever is right. So they went. He went out again about noon and about 3 in the afternoon and did the same thing about 5 in the afternoon. He went out and found still others standing around. He asked them, why have you been standing here all day long doing nothing? And they say, because no one has hired us, they answered. He said to them, you also go and work in my vineyard. When the evening came, the owner of the vineyard said to his foreman, call the workers and pay them their wages, beginning with the last ones hired and going on to the first. The workers who were hired about 5 in the afternoon came, each receive a denarius. So when those came who were hired first, they expected more. But each one of them also received a denarius. When they received it, they began to grumble against the landowner. These who were hired last worked only 1 hour, they say, and you have made them equal to us, who have borne the burden of the work and the heat of the day? But he answered one of them, I am not being unfair to you, friend. Didn't you agree to work for a denarius? Take your pay and go. I want to give the one who was hired last the same as I gave you. Don't I have the right to do what I want with my own money? Or are you envious because I am generous? So the last will be free first and the first will be last. What have you learned from that scripture? And I want you to go back to the scripture that you posted in there about what happened. What do you understand from that story right there, from this parable? Do you understand what it means? Do you see what's happening in the parable? Let me go back to your comment. Where is Michelle? Thank you, kid. Where is Michelle's comment? I'm going to read it back verbatim. Michelle, where is your... Okay, here you go. Michelle says, if you read the Bible, you know that God said Israel turned his back on God. And so he turned his back on them. Here's the catch about Christianity that many people don't understand. You see, we are born into this world of sin. But we are innocent as we are children. So God takes care of us. A lot of people, the devil, Satan, likes to murder children in their womb because that's how he works. We're not going to get into detail about how that works, but that's exactly what it is. When we grow up, we learn evil. So God does not want us. But then we are allowed to turn from our wicked ways and seek God. And it doesn't matter if you are 5 years old or you are in your deathbed at 100 years old. If you repent from your sins, it doesn't matter what a life of evil doing you have done. God can forgive you right there at the last hour of your life and will give you the same salvation that he gives those who have lived a holy life all of their life. If my people but humble themselves and they seek my face and they pray to me, I shall hear them. If they turn their back on me, but they repent and they seek me again, I will see them and they will see me. Israel, whether you want to condemn them, let me just tell you what that does. You're condemning yourself because you yourself are not perfect. None of us are. None of us. I want to clarify something. If you're a criminal, you are forgiven if you ask for forgiveness to God, and your soul may be saved. But by the law of the man, by the law of the land, you will be punished. Yeah, your soul will be saved, but you will be punished as a human because you also live under the law. And I hope that makes sense. I only speak this way when I have to say what I have to say that way. So if somebody put that little comment in there, I had to make sure that I come back to it, okay? That is correct. As a preacher, no, I was not perfect at all. And I said this to many people, and people still didn't understand what it meant to be there. I will tell you this. I failed as a pastor. Why? I couldn't put up with all the shit that you guys do. I just didn't have that patience. I don't have that patience. If God ever calls me back, he's going to give me that patience. I don't have it. I did my time, so to speak. I gave everything, 100% of my whole being, even financially. And people were still ungrateful. I'm not Jesus Christ. I have problems. I don't let anybody push me around. I don't let anybody just insult me and not say anything. Your freedoms does not trump my freedoms. Whether I have faith in God, I separate that because we live in the land of laws. And if you have a freedom, I have my freedom as well. If you have a right, I have a right as well. Albert, so go ahead and tell me why Trump is the bad guy. And tell me who in the Democratic side is a bad guy. Give me that. Let me see if you guys are learning something. Now, I have no patience for Biden. I have no patience for you, brother. I'm sorry. That lucky one says, Jesus once said in the Bible, ice, ice, baby. Let's see. You won't for long. None of us will. Brother, I'm not saying, man. Okay. All right. So go ahead and tell, thank you, GP. Go ahead and tell me, if Trump is a bad guy, I'm going to agree with you that he's not perfect. I'm going to agree with you he's made many mistakes. But have you not learned anything from the parable that I just gave you? Have you not learned anything that God can forgive anybody for what they've done? See, they gave President Donald Trump a due process, and he won with the due process. He pardoned the president of Honduras who was set up by a communist party that was now being investigated. Now they're scared, just like the Democrats are scared here in the United States of America. Why? Because we have found fraud here in the United States of America. They have found fraud in Honduras. So, of course, they're scared. Thank you, Michelle. That is true. I don't understand why people want to make excuses for that. See, Trump was taken to court, hundreds of times. He was taken to court so many times. He got the due process, and he got acquitted. So let it rest. Whether you see him as a 34-count felon, that's on you. It doesn't matter. He had his due process, and he's free. And we voted him in. You got to give him your chance. I can guarantee you that if I go and dig into your life, I'm going to find things that will tell me that you should be in jail for. I guarantee you that. So the fact that you cannot forgive somebody and keep accusing him as in a spiritual, moral, ethical way, but you don't acknowledge that he was acquitted. He has done bankruptcies. He has failed marriages. He's been an adulterer. He's done all the things that make us human, that makes us weak. But that is the point, isn't it? This is who Jesus came and died for. You will never understand that. But he came for the sinners. You can believe that. You can believe 30,000 counts of felonies. You can believe all of that. It means nothing. Because he was acquitted. He went to the court. He got his due process. None of the charges stuck, but they still gave him the name felon. Now, go Google that. Google that. President Donald Trump acquitted, but was still given the title of felon. Now, I looked into this, and the reason why they call him a felon, well, if you go and look at what a felon means, you will understand why I feel the way I feel. But I'm not here to be a judge and jury. All I know is our justice system acquitted him. Period. It's done. Forget about it. Katie Johnson was a crackhead that admitted that she lied about that accusation. You guys don't pay attention, do you? When, I know that what they say in there's he was charged. Let me see. I think it was USA that I watched. Let me see. Donald Trump was acquitted in his second Senate impeachment trial 2021, primarily because the required two-thirds majority wasn't met, 57-43, which most Republicans sticking with him, citing constitutional arguments. He couldn't be tried as a private citizen. His speech was protected, and concerns about the trial's speed impact on Biden's agenda. His defense argued his words didn't incite violence and focus on political speech. Let me see what else. That's not the only thing. Let's find more. So just so I can give you guys some peace. Okay? If he was guilty, if he was found guilty, he would have been in jail. Now, if you defend criminals like the MS-13 from El Salvador, an illegal alien who beats his wife, has smuggled humans into the United States, if you defend that, shut the hell up about President Donald Trump. Okay? Okay. All right. Okay. Well, regardless of what it was, President Biden is being exempt of everything. Right? Right? January 6th, exempt of everything. Even future crimes. How the hell do you pardon something that hasn't been committed yet? It's like going to a Catholic church and confessing to the priest, Father, forgive me for I will sin next Sunday. That's not how it works. That's not how any of it works. Regardless of what you believe or what I believe, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Hey, you guys keep telling me, stop watching Fox News. What do you watch? Here, give me your source. Go ahead. Give me your source. Quit watching Fox. Jeff Chalmer. Go ahead. Give me your source. Kennedy already responded. Michelle, but the point is that the judicial system is not putting him in jail, which means that he can run as president. If he's allowed to run as president, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what anybody says. MS now rocks. Hey, okay, here, Jeff. I'm going to test you on this. Has MS now reported on the fraud in Minnesota? Go ahead, I'll wait. Ay, 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 canta y no llores, porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. Ay, 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 canta y no llores. CNN, there you go, the Communist News Network. Good one, Zion. Grumpy old grandpa says, the zinc roofer says, not true, Dennis. Go ahead. Tell me, what is true? Give me something. Give me something that I can research. Give me your source, and let's get to it. Let's crack this can open together. Dennis, you're literally doing regurgitation of right lies, bro. And what are you doing, Kev? Regurgitating lies from the left? What is the truth? Whose truth is the truth? Your truth, my truth, or the actual truth? Tell me how you know the difference. How do you know the difference between the truth from the Democrats and the truth from the Republicans? Give me that. Jeff Commerce, January 6th, criminal Trump. See, that's the ignorance that I'm talking about. That is not a digital pen, Zig Roofer. Nice try. Nice try. That title belongs to Biden, Sleepy Biden. Nice try, Zig Roofer. See, that's what I'm talking about. You guys believe lies, call it truth, and then you come and tell me that my truth is a lie. Let's see, you're talking truth, you do track it lies and say it's the truth. Yeah, that's what I just said, I think. It's a little delay by the time you guys hear it. So tell me, Jeff, why is President Donald Trump a criminal from January 6th? Go ahead and tell me that. And when you tell me, you will find out what the truth really is. That's okay. I'll give you 10 seconds to reply on that. I know there's a small delay. Biden wasn't using the auto pen 3,000 times. For reals, it was the sleepy Joe Biden. I don't think he was in office for most of them. A lot of those pardons, he was not in the office. And you know what the excuse is from Democrats? I just find this very ironic, very, very interesting. The Democrat says once the president gives that person access and authorization, everything is legit. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You got to have, it was a coup. Prove it. How was it a coup? And I will continue to talk while you make up your story. There's paper trail that needs to be made. Here's the thing that President Biden didn't do. It was a digital pen. He pardoned all the police officers on January 6th. Anybody involved on January 6th, pardoned. Now, it's important that they did that right away because there's a 5-year statute. I think that's how you say it. So they're waiting for this date to go through. They are lying to you. They are showing you other things. They're distracting you from remembering January 6th. 2026 is the deadline that we cannot do anything against these January 6th hosters. It's crazy. Like you guys, you people think that we don't watch the news. We don't watch live speeches. There was so many. YouTube was inundated with videos of FBI agents in the crowd. You don't see none of that today. YouTube scrubbed everything. Did you remember what happened to his speech? That's right. What was it? ABC? What is it? BBC? I can't remember what network. They're being sued right now for editing the words of President Donald Trump. I remember when he came into an interview and the person's like, why didn't you respond to the crowd? And he came in, oh, I'm glad you said that. Here is some proof. Here is my tweet. Here is the timestamp. This is what I said. Why do you people lie? Why do you people lie? Listen, I am not questioning that President Biden can't sign thousands of executive orders. Of course he can sign pardons and all this stuff, but he has to do it himself, especially pardons. Pardons. The president has the right to do that. That's fine. But he has to be the president. And it has to be for a crime that he feels was not right. It's not to pardon future. It's not to pardon future. It's to pardon past. Past. That's the key. You see, the reason why he pardons everybody on January 6th, especially the January 6th committee and all his family, is so that they don't get investigated. It stops all of that from happening. That is why it's wrong. What happened to due process? Don't you guys like due process? Shouldn't they go to trial and prove their innocence? Shouldn't they just release the January 6 files? You people have been so brainwashed to keep saying release the Epstein files, but you don't say release the January 6 files. They show you a small clip in court. Oh my God, the most horrific put together clip into one short video to fake evidence. You sit here and say that President Donald Trump was guilty for January 6th. You call him a criminal, which is false testimony, because we know the truth. We heard the full speech, the unedited version that you keep replaying on your left side. I want you to forget about the hate that you have for this man and think with common sense. Why would he do that? What are you guys talking about here? Just like you tried to get his son pardoned for any future investigations. That's bullcrap. That doesn't happen. That didn't happen. Dennis, we prove you wrong again, and you get what did you prove? I have seen no proof. Well, Michelle, that could be what you see, but there's a reason for those things to happen as well. He's not making money out of these people. He's making money on other things. He signed the January 6 pardons on live TV. There you go. He pardoned that with his hand. That was not digital pen, right? They didn't edit the meaning of that speech. They edited it for time because Trump rambles for hours. Let's find that video. Let's find that video. Don't you think it was convenient that they edited specifically at that time? You think they wouldn't have edited all the other BS out of it if it was for time? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let's listen to it together.
Hello, good evening. Tim Davie has tonight resigned as Director General of the BBC, along with the CEO of BBC News, Deborah Turness, after a week of criticism of BBC News coverage and allegations of editorial mistakes.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Is that accurate? Is that accurate? Yes? Is that accurate? That's what made President Donald Trump a criminal for January 6th? We go down to the Capitol and we fight like hell. Let's continue. Mr. Jeff, this is for you.
Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're
right there to the Capitol, and we'll fight like hell. That's what they said. But this is what he said, actually said. Now, Michelle, I like the fact that you're trying to make an excuse for this, but the fact is, this is the truth.
We're going to cheer on our brave, and we're going to cheer on. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. But I said, something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can't have happened. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun.
What happened here today was an insurrection. incited by the President of the United States.
Sure.
Those who choose to continue to support is a dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy.
What I don't understand is these people that come in here and call us liars. I watched the whole speech live, the whole speech, hour and 10 minutes, live. I didn't hear go to the Capitol and do a riot and insurrection. We fight like hell at the voting booth. That's what we do. You guys ate the lie that it was an insurrection. The only person that was in there breaking windows and then other people follow, those people are not around. You guys don't know the FBI agents that were in there in regular civilian clothing. You guys don't put A and B together to see the truth. That 174 FBI agents were sent to the Capitol on civilian clothing. For Pete's sakes, they have uniforms for a reason. They have to identify themselves. What other reason do you excuse? Do you not see the truth? What is the best way for FBI agents to get away from that crowd undetected? By mingling in together the other FBI agents that they sent in civilian clothing. Do you think that was a coincidence? If you guys haven't been in my channel, I have shown you lots of clips and videos of the peaceful protesting, of police officers high-fiving fake arrested people. You guys don't know that. Hey, Cone, I took you out of the black box. I don't think you ever learned, man. You must be a freaking butt. You have no insight. You have nothing positive, nothing good to give to our discussions. So, Mount Cone, get the hell out of my chat. I have to say, you guys will always be liars because you will believe the lies as true. If anything does not help our country, if anything does not give us proof that Americans are being taken care of, you should see that's a lie. But you guys allow illegal immigrants. That tells me that you guys are vulnerable to lies. You believe it's a human right to be here illegally. We don't. So you are on the lying side. We believe that stopping cartels from bringing drugs into our country, destroying them, is the way to protect Americans. You guys on the left believe that if people didn't do drugs, that would stop. You are on the lying side. You believe that we're only in Venezuela because of the oil and the mineral, rare earth minerals, and that we're just trying to get Maduro out of the way. But we believe that the righteous president of Venezuela is Maria Machado, who overwhelmingly won the position by 90% of the population voting for her. She offered the same thing that Nicolás Maduro did. So if it was about the oil and the rare earth minerals, we wouldn't be attacking Venezuela. But you believe that we're just trying to change a regime, and it's all about the oil and it's all about the money. So you are on the lying side. You guys believe that this piece of crap insurrection at the Capitol was worse than 9/11 and even Pearl Harbor. You are on the lying side. F these politicians. Their lives is no better than thousands of soldiers who died for this country. Their life is no better than the thousands of people that died in 9/11. You're on the lying side. Israel is stopping terrorism from coming to the United States of America, and you're over there on Hamas side. Over there chanting on the streets, death to America, and you don't say nothing. You're on the lying side. That's why we say what we say and we do what we do. You guys don't give a crap about America. You guys don't care about American citizens. Which tells me two things. Either you're retarded or you're an illegal immigrant that doesn't care about our country. Jeff, you haven't proved jack shit. You haven't proved nothing. If you want to sit here with me and listen to a whole hour and 10 minutes of the speech, we can do that. We can do that.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And after we hear the full speech, I don't want to hear jack shit from your garbage crap mouth.
Please welcome the 45th President of the United States of America.
1 hour. Percent right.
We're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down.
Wait a minute. This is not the video. That's not the video. It said an hour, 10 minutes. What the hell happened? Actually, let me search it up. Let me find the actual speech. Come on, YouTube. Tell me you didn't delete it, right? Tell me you didn't delete it. Yeah, go look for the whole video. Find out what YouTube's done to the full video. Go ahead. See if you can search it. Find it for me. Let me know. Full transcript, not a full episode. Nothing. Everything has been scrubbed. This is why you libtards don't get it. They don't. Wow, I can't believe it. They got rid of it. They got rid of it. Unbelievable. Yeah, they got rid of it. No. It's supposed to be this one, but it's not.
Media will not show the magnitude of this crowd. Even when I turned on today, I looked and I saw thousands of people here, but you don't see hundreds of thousands of people behind you because they don't want to show that. We have hundreds of thousands of people here, and I just want them to be recognized by the fake news media. Turn your cameras, please, and show what's really happening out here, because these people are not going to take it.
Those are not my subs. My subs are patriots of America. Everybody else, if you're not a patriot of America, get the hell out of my subscribers list. I don't need you on here. I need Americans that care and love America and stand for the same things that I stand, which is the law of the United States of America and the better well-being, prosperity, and peace and liberty of all American citizens. If you are not with that, get the hell out of my chat. I don't need you to subscribe to my channel. I don't give a shit about you. I care about Americans that want to make this country prosper and make America great again. If you are not in that alignment, get the hell off my subscribers list, never come back into my channel, and go support your leftist agenda.
Any longer. They're not going to take it any longer. Go ahead. Turn your cameras, please, would you show? They came from all over the world, actually, but they came from all over our country. I just really want to see what they do. I just want to see how they cover it. I've never seen anything like it, but it would be really great if we could be covered fairly by the media. The media is the biggest problem we have as far as I'm concerned. Single biggest problem. The fake news and the big tech. Big tech is now coming into their own. We beat them 4 years ago. We surprised them. We took them by surprise. And this year, they rigged an election. They rigged it like they've never rigged an election before. And by the way, last night they didn't do a bad job either, if you notice. I'm honest, and I just, again, I want to thank you. It's just a great honor to have this kind of crowd and to be before you and hundreds of thousands of American patriots who are committed to the honesty of our elections and the integrity of our glorious republic. All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. Today I will lay out just some of the evidence proving that we won this election, and we won it by a landslide. This was not a close election. You know, I say sometimes jokingly, but there's no joke about it, I've been in 2 elections. I won them both, and the second one I won much bigger than the first, okay? Almost 75 million people voted for our campaign, the most of any incumbent president by far in the history of our country. 12 million more people than 4 years ago. And I was told by the real pollsters, we do have real pollsters, they know that we were going to do well and we were going to win. But I was told if I went from 63 million, which we had 4 years ago, to 66 million, there was no chance of losing. Well, we didn't go to 66. We went to 75 million, and they say we lost. We didn't lose. And by the way, does anybody believe that Joe had 80 million votes? Does anybody believe that?
Nope.
He had 80 million computer votes. It's a disgrace. There's never been anything like that. You could take third world countries. Just take a look. Take third world countries. Their elections are more honest than what we've been going through in this country. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Even when you look at last night, they're all running around like chickens with their heads cut off with boxes, and nobody knows what the hell is going on. There's never been anything like this. We will not let them silence your voices. We're not going to let it happen. Not going to let it happen. Thank you. And I'd love to have, if those tens of thousands of people would be allowed, the military, the Secret Service, and we want to thank you, and the police, law enforcement, great, you're doing a great job. But I'd love it if they could be allowed to come up here with us. Is that possible? Can you just let them come up, please? And Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts, unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party. He's got guts. He fights. He fights. And I'll tell you, thank you very much, John. Fantastic job. I watched. That's a tough act to follow, those two. John is one of the most brilliant lawyers in the country, and he looked at this and he said, what an absolute disgrace that this could be happening to our Constitution. And he looked at Mike Pence, and I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All he has to do, this is from the number one, or certainly one of the top constitutional lawyers in our country. He has the absolute right to do it. We're supposed to protect our country, support our Constitution, and protect our Constitution. States want to revote. The states got defrauded. They were given false information. They voted on it. Now they want to recertify. They want it back. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. And we become president, and you are the happiest people. And I just spoke to Mike. I said, Mike, that doesn't take courage. What takes courage is to do nothing. That takes courage. And then we're stuck with a president who lost the election by a lot, and we have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen. Many of you have traveled from all across the nation to be here, and I want to thank you for the extraordinary love. That's what it is. There's never been a movement like this, ever, ever. For the extraordinary love for this amazing country and this amazing movement. Thank you. By the way, this goes all the way back past the Washington Monument. Do you believe this? Look at this. Unfortunately, they gave the press the prime seats. I can't stand that. No, but you look at that behind. I wish they'd flip those cameras and look behind you. That is the most amazing sight. When they make a mistake, you get to see it on television. Amazing. Amazing. All the way back. And don't worry, we will not take the name off the Washington Monument. We will not. Cancel culture. You know, they wanted to get rid of the Jefferson Memorial. Either take it down or just put somebody else in there. I don't think that's going to happen. It damn well better not. Although with this administration, if this happens, it could happen. You'll see some really bad things happen. They'll knock out Lincoln too, by the way. They've been taking his statue down. But then we signed a little law. You hurt our monuments, you hurt our heroes, you go to jail for 10 years, and everything stopped. You notice that? It stopped. It all stopped. And they could use Rudy back in New York City, Rudy. They could use you. Your city's going to hell. They want Rudy Giuliani back in New York. We'll get a little younger version of Rudy. Is that okay, Rudy? We're gathered together in the heart of our nation's capital for one very, very basic and simple reason: to save our democracy. You know, most candidates on election evening, and of course, this thing goes on so long, they still don't have any idea what the votes are. We still have congressional seats under review. They have no idea. They've totally lost control. They've used the pandemic as a way of defrauding the people in a proper election. But you know, when you see this and when you see what's happening, number one, they all say, sir, we'll never let it happen again. I said, that's good, but what about 8 weeks ago? You know, they try and get you to go. They say, sir, in 4 years, you're guaranteed. I said, I'm not interested right now. Do me a favor, go back 8 weeks. I want to go back 8 weeks. Let's go back 8 weeks. We want to go back and we want to get this right, because we're going to have somebody in there that should not be in there, and our country will be destroyed, and we're not going to stand for that. For years, Democrats have gotten away with election fraud and weak Republicans, and that's what they are. There's so many weak Republicans, and we have great ones. Jim Jordan and some of these guys, they're out there fighting. The House guys are fighting. But it's incredible. Many of the Republicans, I helped them get in. I helped them get elected. I helped Mitch get elected. I could name 24 of them, let's say. I won't bore you with it. And then all of a sudden you have something like this, and it's like, gee, maybe I'll talk to the president sometime later. No, it's amazing. The weak Republicans, they're pathetic Republicans, and that's what happens. If this happened to the Democrats, there'd be hell all over the country going on. There'd be hell all over the country. But just remember this, you're stronger, you're smarter, you've got more going than anybody, and they try and demean everybody having to do with us. And you're the real people. You're the people that built this nation. You're not the people that tore down our nation. The weak Republicans, and that's it, I really believe it. I think I'm going to use the term, the weak Republicans. You got a lot of them, and you got a lot of great ones, but you got a lot of weak ones. They've turned a blind eye, even as Democrats enacted policies that chipped away our jobs, weakened our military, threw open our borders, and put America last. Did you see the other day where Joe Biden said, I want to get rid of the America First policy? What's that all about? How do you say, I want to get rid of America first? Even if you're going to do it, don't talk about it, right? Unbelievable what we have to go through. What we have to go through, and you have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them. We're gonna let you know who they are. I could already tell you, frankly. But this year, using the pretext of the China virus and the scam of mail-in ballots, Democrats attempted the most brazen and outrageous election theft. And there's never been anything like this. It's a pure theft in American history. Everybody knows it. That election, our election, was over at 10 o'clock in the evening. We're leading Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, by hundreds of thousands of votes. And then late in the evening or early in the morning, boom, these explosions of bullshit. And all of a sudden, it started to happen. Don't forget when Romney got beat. Romney, did you see his? I wonder if he enjoyed his flight in last night. But when Romney got beaten, you know, he stands up like your more typical. Well, I'd like to congratulate the victor. The victor. Who was the victor, Mitt? I'd like to congratulate. They don't go and look at the facts. Now, I don't know. He got slaughtered. Probably. Maybe it was okay. Maybe it was. That's what happened. But we look at the facts. And our election was so corrupt that in the history of this country, we've never seen anything like it. You can go all the way back. You know, America is blessed with elections all over the world. They talk about our elections. You know what the world says about us now? They say we don't have free and fair elections. And you know what else? We don't have a free and fair press. Our media is not free. It's not fair. It suppresses thought. It suppresses speech. And it's become the enemy of the people. It's become the enemy of the people. It's the biggest problem we have in this country. No third world countries would even attempt to do what we caught them doing. And you'll hear about that in just a few minutes. Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer with his hands tied behind his back. It's like a boxer. And we want to be so nice. We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people. And we're going to have to fight much harder. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. Because you're sworn to uphold our Constitution. Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Today we will see whether Republicans stand strong for integrity of our elections, but whether or not they stand strong for our country. Our country. Our country has been under siege for a long time, far longer than this 4-year period. We've set it on a much straighter course, I thought, 4 more years, I thought it would be easy. We created the greatest economy in history. We rebuilt our military. We get you the biggest tax cuts in history. Right? We got you the biggest regulation cuts. There's no president, whether it's 4 years, 8 years, or in one case more, got anywhere near the regulation cuts. It used to take 20 years to get a highway approved. Now we're down to 2. I want to get it down to 1, but we're down to 2. And it may get rejected for environmental or safety reasons, but we got it down, the safety. We created Space Force. Look at what we did. Our military has been totally rebuilt. So we create Space Force, which by and of itself is a major achievement for an administration. And with us, it's one of so many different things. Right to try. Everybody know about right to try. We did things that nobody ever thought possible. We took care of our vets. Our vets, the VA now, has the highest rating, 91%, the highest rating that it's had from the beginning. 91% approval rating. Always you watch the VA. It was on television every night. People living in a horrible, horrible manner. We got that done. We got accountability done. We got it so that now in the VA, you don't have to wait for 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 4 months to see a doctor. If you can't get a doctor, you go outside, you get the doctor, you have them taken care of, and we pay the doctor. And we've not only made life wonderful for so many people, we've saved tremendous amounts of money, far secondarily, but we've saved a lot of money. And now we have the right to fire bad people in the VA. We had 9,000 people that treated our veterans horribly. In prime time, they would not have treated our veterans badly, but they treated our veterans horribly. And we have what's called the VA Accountability Act. And the accountability says if we see somebody in there that doesn't treat our vets well, or they steal, they rob, they do things badly, we say, Joe, you're fired. Get out of here. Before you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that before. So we've taken care of things. We've done things like nobody's ever thought possible. And that's part of the reason that many people don't like us, because we've done too much. But we've done it quickly, and we were going to sit home and watch a big victory, and everybody had us down for a victory. It was going to be great. And now we're out here fighting. I said to somebody I was going to take a few days and relax after our big electoral victory. 10 o'clock, it was over. But I was going to take a few days. And I can say this. Since our election, I believe, which was such a catastrophe when I watched, and even these guys knew what happened. They know what happened. They're saying, wow, Pennsylvania is insurmountable. Wow, Wisconsin. Look at the big leads we had, right? Even though the press said we're going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. Even though the press said Ohio's going to be close, we set a record. Florida's going to be close, we set a record. Texas is going to be close. Texas is going to be close. We set a record. And we set a record with Hispanic, with the black community. We set a record with everybody. Today we see a very important event, though, because right over there, right there, we see the event going to take place, and I'm going to be watching because history is going to be made. We're going to see whether or not we have great and courageous leaders or whether or not we have leaders that should be ashamed of themselves throughout history, throughout eternity. They'll be ashamed. And you know what? If they do the wrong thing, we should never, ever forget that they did. Never forget. We should never, ever forget. With only 3 of the 7 states in question, we win the presidency of the United States. And by the way, it's much more important today than it was 24 hours ago because, I spoke to David Perdue, what a great person, and Kelly Loeffler, 2 great people, but it was a setup. And you know, I said, we have no backline anymore. The only backline, the only line of demarcation, the only line that we have is the veto of the President of the United States. So this is now what we're doing, a far more important election than it was 2 days ago. I want to thank the more than 140 members of the House. Those are warriors. They're over there working like you've never seen before, studying, talking, actually going all the way back, studying the roots of the Constitution, because they know we have the right to send a bad vote that was illegally gotten. They gave these people bad things to vote for, and they voted because what did they know? And then when they found out a few weeks later, again, it took them 4 years to devise this screen. And the only unhappy person in the United States, single most unhappy, is Hillary Clinton, because she said, why didn't you do this for me 4 years ago? Why didn't you do this for me 4 years ago? Change the votes, 10,000 in Michigan. You could have changed the whole thing, but she's not too happy. You notice you don't see her anymore. What happened? Where's Hillary? Where is she? But I want to thank all of those congressmen and women. I also want to thank our 13 most courageous members of the U.S. Senate, Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Ron Johnson, Senator Josh Hawley, Kelly Loeffler. And Kelly Loeffler, I'll tell you, she's been so great. She worked so hard. So let's give her and David a little special hand because it was rigged against them. Let's give her and David, Kelly Loeffler, David Perdue. They fought a good race. They never had a shot. That equipment should never have been allowed to be used. And I was telling these people, don't let them use this stuff. Marsha Blackburn, terrific person. Mike Braun, Indiana. Steve Daines, great guy. Bill Haggerty. John Kennedy. James Langford, Cynthia Lummis. Tommy Tuberville, the coach. And Roger Marshall. We want to thank them. Senators that stepped up, we want to thank them. I actually think, though, it takes, again, more courage not to step up. And I think a lot of those people are going to find that out. And you better start looking at your leadership because your leadership has led you down the tubes. You know, we don't want to give $2,000 to people. We want to give them $600. Oh, great. How does that play politically? Pretty good. And this has nothing to do with politics. But how does it play politically? China destroyed these people. We didn't destroy them. China destroyed them. Totally destroyed them. We want to give them $600. And they just wouldn't change. I said, give them $2,000. We'll pay it back. We'll pay it back fast. You already owe $26 trillion. Give them a couple of bucks. Let them live. Give them a couple of bucks. And some of the people here disagree with me on that, but I just say, look, you got to let people live. And how does that play, though? Okay, number one, it's the right thing to do. But how does that play politically? I think it's the primary reason, one of the primary reasons. The other was just pure cheating. That was the primary, super primary reason. But you can't do that. You've got to use your head. As you know, the media has constantly asserted the outrageous lie that there was no evidence of widespread fraud. You ever see these people? While there is no evidence of fraud, oh really? Well, I'm going to read you pages. I hope you don't get bored listening to it. Promise? Don't get bored listening to it. All those hundreds of thousands of people back there. Move them up, please. Yeah. All these people, don't get bored. Don't get angry at me because you're going to get bored because it's so much. The American people do not believe the corrupt fake news anymore. They have ruined their reputation. But you know, it used to be that they'd argue with me. I'd fight. So I'd fight, they'd fight, I'd fight, they'd fight. Bop, bop. You'd believe me, you'd believe them. Somebody comes out, you know. They had their point of view, I had my point of view. But you'd have an argument. Now what they do is they go silent. It's called suppression. And that's what happens in a communist country. That's what they do. They suppress. You don't fight with them anymore unless it's a bad story. If they have a little bad story about me, they make it 10 times worse and it's a major headline. But Hunter Biden, they don't talk about him. What happened to Hunter? Where's Hunter? Where is Hunter? They don't talk about him. Now watch, all the sets will go off. Well, they can't do that because they get good ratings. The ratings are too good. Now, where's Hunter? You know, and how come Joe was allowed to give $1 billion of money to get rid of the prosecutor in Ukraine? How does that happen? I'd ask you that question. How does that happen? Can you imagine if I said that? If I said that, it would be a whole different ballgame. And how come Hunter gets $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife and gets hundreds of thousands of dollars to sit on an energy board, even though he admits he has no knowledge of energy, and millions of dollars up front? And how come they go into China and they leave with billions of dollars to manage? Have you managed money before? No, I haven't. Oh, that's good. Here's about $3 billion. No, they don't talk about that. No, we have a corrupt media. They've gone silent. They've gone dead. I now realize how good it was. If you go back 10 years, I realize how good, even though I didn't necessarily love him, I realized how good. It was like a cleansing motion, right? But we don't have that anymore. We don't have a fair media anymore. It's suppression, and you have to be very careful with that. And they've lost all credibility in this country. We will not be intimidated into accepting the hoaxes and the lies that we've been forced to believe. Over the past several weeks, we've amassed overwhelming evidence about a fake election. This is the presidential election. Last night was a little bit better because of the fact that we had a lot of eyes watching one specific state, but they cheated like hell anyway. You have one of the dumbest governors in the United States. And you know, when I endorsed him, I didn't know this guy. At the request of David Perdue, he said, a friend of mine's running for governor. What's his name? And you know the rest. He was in 4th place, 5th place. I don't know. He was doing poorly. I endorsed him. He went like a rocket ship and he won. And then I had to beat Stacey Abrams with this guy, Brian Kemp. I had to beat Stacey Abrams. And I had to beat Oprah. Used to be a friend of mine. You know, I was on her last show, or last week. She picked the 5 outstanding people. I don't think she thinks that anymore. Once I ran for president, I didn't notice there were too many calls coming in from Oprah. Believe it or not, she used to like me, but I was one of the 5 outstanding people. And I had a campaign against Michelle Obama and Barack Hussein Obama, against Stacey. And I had Brian Kemp. He weighs 130 pounds. He said he played offensive line in football. I'm trying to figure that out. I'm still trying to figure that out. Said that the other night. I was an offensive lineman. I'm saying, really? That must have been a very small team. But I look at that and I look at what's happened, and he turned out to be a disaster. This stuff happens. You know, look, I'm not happy with the Supreme Court. They love to rule against me. I picked 3 people. I fought like hell for them. One in particular I fought. They all said, sir, cut him loose. He's killing us. Senators, you know, very loyal senators. They're very loyal people. Sir, cut him loose. He's killing us, sir. Cut him loose, sir. I must have gotten half of the senators. I said, no, I can't do that. It's unfair to him and it's unfair to the family. He didn't do anything wrong. They're made-up stories. They're all made-up stories. He didn't do anything wrong. Cut him loose, sir. I said, no, I won't do that. We got him through. And you know what? They couldn't give a damn. They couldn't give a damn. Let him rule the right way. but it almost seems that they're all going out of their way to hurt all of us and to hurt our country. To hurt our country. You know, I read a story in one of the newspapers recently how I control the 3 Supreme Court justices. I control them. They're puppets. I read it about Bill Barr, that he's my personal attorney, that he'll do anything for me. And I said, you know, it really is genius, because what they do is that, and it makes it really impossible for them to ever give you a victory, because all of a sudden Bill Barr changed, if you hadn't noticed. I like Bill Barr, but he changed because he didn't want to be considered my personal attorney. And the Supreme Court, they rule against me so much. You know why? Because the story is, I haven't spoken to any of them, since virtually they got in. But the story is that they're my puppet, right? That they're puppets. And now the only way they can get out of that, because they hate that, it's not good on the social circuit, and the only way they get out is to rule against Trump. So let's rule against Trump. And they do that, so I want to congratulate them. But it shows you the media's genius. In fact, probably if I was the media, I'd do it the same way. I hate to say it. But we got to get them straightened out. Today, for the sake of our democracy, for the sake of our Constitution, and for the sake of our children, we lay out the case for the entire world to hear. Do you want to hear it? In every single swing state, local officials, state officials, almost all Democrats, made illegal and unconstitutional changes to election procedures without the mandated approvals by the state legislatures. That these changes pave the way for fraud on a scale never seen before. And I think we can go a long way outside of our country when I say that. So, just in a nutshell, you can't make a change on voting for a federal election unless the state legislature approves it. No judge can do it. Nobody can do it. Only a legislature. So, as an example, in Pennsylvania or whatever, you have a Republican legislature, you have a Democrat mayor, and you have a lot of Democrats all over the place. They go to the legislature laughs at them, says, we're not going to do that. They say, thank you very much, and they go and make the changes themselves. They do it anyway. And that's totally illegal. That's totally illegal. You can't do that. In Pennsylvania, the Democrat Secretary of State and the Democrat State Supreme Court justices illegally abolished the signature verification requirements just 11 days prior to the election. So think of what they did. No longer is there signature verification. Oh, that's okay. We want voter ID, by the way. But no longer is there signature verification. 11 days before the election, they say, we don't want it. You know why they don't want it? Because they want to cheat. That's the only reason. Who would even think of that? We don't want to verify a signature? There were over 205,000 more ballots counted in Pennsylvania. Now think of this. You had 205,000 more ballots than you had voters. That means you had 200. Where did they come from? You know where they came from? Somebody's imagination, whatever they needed. So in Pennsylvania, you had 205,000 more votes than you had voters. And the number's actually much greater than that now. That was as of a week ago. And this is a mathematical impossibility unless you want to say it's a total fraud. So Pennsylvania was defrauded. Over 8,000 ballots in Pennsylvania were cast by people whose names and dates of birth match individuals who died in 2020 and prior to the election. Think of that. Dead people. Lots of dead people, thousands. And some dead people actually requested an application. That bothers me even more. Not only are they voting, they want an application to vote. One of them was 29 years ago died. It's incredible. Over 14,000 ballots were cast by out-of-state voters. So these are voters that don't live in the state. And by the way, these numbers are what they call outcome determinative, meaning these numbers far surpass. I lost by a very little bit. These numbers are massive, massive. More than 10,000 votes in Pennsylvania were illegally counted even though they were received after Election Day. In other words, they were received after Election Day. Let's count them anyway. And what they did in many cases is they did fraud. They took the date and they moved it back so that it no longer is after Election Day. And more than 60,000 ballots in Pennsylvania were reported received back. They got back before they were ever supposedly mailed out. In other words, you got the ballot back before you mailed it, which is also logically and logistically impossible, right? Think of that one. You got the ballot back. Let's send the ballots. Oh, they've already been sent. But we got the ballot back before they were sent. I don't think that's too good, right? 25,000 ballots in Pennsylvania were requested by nursing home residents, all in a single giant batch, not legal, indicating an enormous illegal ballot harvesting operation. You're not allowed to do it. It's against the law. The day before the election, the state of Pennsylvania reported the number of absentee ballots that had been sent out. Yet this number was suddenly and drastically increased by 400,000 people. It was increased, nobody knows where it came from, by 400,000 ballots one day after the election. It remains totally unexplained. They said, well, we can't figure that. Now, that's many, many times what it would take to overthrow the state. Just that one element. 400,000 ballots appeared from nowhere right after the election. By the way, Pennsylvania has now seen all of this. They didn't know because it was so quick. They had to vote. They voted. But now they see all this stuff. It's all come to light. It doesn't happen that fast. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. Mike Pence has to agree to send it back. And many people in Congress want it sent back. And think of what you're doing. Let's say you don't do it. Somebody says, well, we have to obey the Constitution. And you are, because you're protecting our country and you're protecting the Constitution. So you are. But think of what happens. Let's say they're stiffs and they're stupid people. And they say, well, we really have no choice. Even though Pennsylvania and other states want to redo their votes, they want to see the numbers. They already have the numbers. Go very quickly. And they want to redo their legislature. Because many of these votes were taken, as I said, because it wasn't approved by their legislature. You know, that in itself is legal. And then you have the scam. And that's all of the things that we're talking about. But think of this. If you don't do that, that means you will have a president of the United States for 4 years with his wonderful son. You will have a president who lost all of these states. Or you will have a president, to put it another way, who was voted on by a bunch of stupid people who lost all of these states. You will have an illegitimate president. That's what you'll have. And we can't let that happen. These are the facts that you won't hear from the fake news media. It's all part of the suppression effort. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. In fact, when I started talking about that, I guarantee you a lot of the television sets and a lot of those cameras went off. And that's a lot of cameras back there. But a lot of them went off. But these are the things you don't hear about. You don't hear what you just heard. And I'm going to go over a few more states. But you don't hear it by the people who want to deceive you and demoralize you and control you, big tech media. Just like the suppression polls that said, we're going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. Well, we won Wisconsin. They don't have it that way because they lost just by a little sliver. But they had me down the day before, Washington Post, ABC poll, down 17 points. I called up a real pollster. I said, what is that? Sir, that's called a suppression poll. I think you're going to win Wisconsin, sir. I said, but why don't they make it 4 or 5 points? Because then people vote. But when you're down 17, they say, hey, I'm not going to waste my time. I love the president, but there's no way. Despite that, we won Wisconsin. It's going to see. I mean, you'll see. But that's called suppression, because a lot of people, when they see that, it's very interesting. This pollster said, sir, if you're down 3, 4, 5 people vote, when you go down 17, they say, let's go and have dinner and let's watch the presidential defeat tonight on television, darling. And just like the radical left tries to blacklist you on social media, every time I put out a tweet, that's, even if it's totally correct, I get a flag. I get a flag. And they also don't let you get out. You know, on Twitter, it's very hard to come onto my account. It's very hard to get out a message. They don't let the message get out nearly like they should. But I've had many people say, I can't get on your Twitter. I don't care about Twitter. Twitter's bad news. They're all bad news. But you know what? If you want to get out a message, and if you want to go through big tech, social media, they are really, if you're a conservative, if you're a Republican, if you have a big voice, I guess they call it shadow ban, right? Shadow ban. They shadow ban you, and it should be illegal. I've been telling these Republicans, get rid of Section 230. And for some reason, Mitch and the group, they don't want to put it in there. And they don't realize that that's going to be the end of the Republican Party as we know it, but it's never going to be the end of us, never. Let them get out. Let the weak ones get out. This is a time for strength. They also want to indoctrinate your children in school by teaching them things that aren't so. They want to indoctrinate your children. It's all part of the comprehensive assault on our democracy, and the American people are finally standing up and saying, no, this crowd is, again, a testament to it. I did no advertising. I did nothing. You do have some groups that are big supporters. I want to thank that, Amy and everybody. We have some incredible supporters, incredible. But we didn't do anything. This just happened. 2 months ago, we had a massive crowd come down to Washington. I said, what are they there for? Sir, they're there for you. We have nothing to do with it. These groups they're forming all over the United States. And we got to remember, in a year from now, you're going to start working on Congress. And we got to get rid of the weak Congress people, the ones that aren't any good, the Liz Cheneys of the world. We got to get rid of them. We got to get rid. You know, she never wants a soldier brought home. I brought a lot of our soldiers home. I don't know, somewhat like it. They're in countries that nobody even knows the name. Nobody knows where they are. They're dying. They're great, but they're dying. They're losing their arms, their legs, their face. I brought them back home, largely back home. Afghanistan, Iraq. Remember I used to say in the old days, don't go in Iraq, but if you go in, keep the oil. We didn't keep the oil. So stupid, these people. And Iraq has billions and billions of dollars now in the bank. And what did we do? We get nothing. We never get. But we do, actually. We kept the oil here. We did good. We got rid of the ISIS caliphate. We got rid of plenty of different things that everybody knows. And the rebuilding of our military in 3 years, people said it couldn't be done. And it was all made in the USA. All made in the USA. Best equipment in the world. In Wisconsin, corrupt Democrat-run cities deployed more than 500 illegal, unmanned, unsecured drop boxes, which collected a minimum of 91,000 unlawful votes. It was razor thin, the loss. This one thing alone is much more than we would need. But there are many things. They have these lock boxes, and you know, they'd pick them up and they'd disappear for 2 days. People would say, where's that box? They'd disappear. Nobody even knew where the hell it was. In addition, over 170,000 absentee votes were counted in Wisconsin without a valid absentee ballot application. So they had a vote, but they had no application. And that's illegal in Wisconsin, meaning those votes were blatantly done in opposition to state law, and they came 100% from Democrat areas such as Milwaukee and Madison. 100%. In Madison, 17,000 votes were deposited in so-called human drop boxes. You know what that is, right? Where operatives stuffed thousands of unsecured ballots into duffel bags on park benches across the city in complete defiance of cease and desist letters from state legislature. Your state legislature said don't do it. They're the only ones that can approve it. They gave tens of thousands of votes. They came in duffel bags. Where the hell did they come from? According to eyewitness testimony, Postal Service workers in Wisconsin were also instructed to illegally backdate approximately 100,000 ballots. The margin of difference in Wisconsin was less than 20,000 votes. Each one of these things alone wins us the state. Great state. We love the state. We won the state. In Georgia, your Secretary of State, who I can't believe this guy's a Republican. He loves recording telephone conversations. You know, that was I thought it was a great conversation, personally. So did a lot of other people. Love that conversation because it says what's going on. These people are crooked. They're 100%, in my opinion, one of the most corrupt between your governor and your Secretary of State. And now you have it again last night. Just take a look at what happened. What a mess. And the Democrat Party operatives entered into an illegal and unconstitutional settlement agreement that drastically weakened signature verification and other election security procedures. Stacey Abrams, she took them to lunch. And I beat her 2 years ago with a bad candidate, Brian Kemp. But they took, the Democrats took the Republicans to lunch because the Secretary of State had no clue what the hell was happening, unless he did have a clue. That's interesting. Maybe he was with the other side. But we've been trying to get verifications of signatures in Fulton County. They won't let us do it. The only reason they won't is because we'll find things in the hundreds of thousands. Why wouldn't they let us verify signatures in Fulton County, which is known for being very corrupt? They won't do it. They go to some other county where you would live. I said, that's not the problem. The problem is Fulton County, home of Stacey Abrams. She did a good job. I congratulate her, but it was done in such a way that we can't let this stuff happen. We won't have a country if it happens. As a result, Georgia's absentee ballot rejection rate was more than 10 times lower than previous levels because the criteria was so off. 48 counties in Georgia with thousands and thousands of votes rejected 0 ballots. There wasn't one ballot. In other words, in a year in which more mail-in ballots were sent than ever before and more people were voting by mail for the first time, the rejection rate was drastically lower than it had ever been before. The only way this can be explained is if tens of thousands of illegitimate votes were added to the tally. That's the only way you can explain it. By the way, you're talking about tens of thousands. If Georgia had merely rejected the same number of unlawful ballots as in other years, there should have been approximately 45,000 ballots rejected, far more than what we needed to win, just over 11,000. They should find those votes. They should absolutely find that. Just over 11,000 votes, that's all we need. They defrauded us out of a win in Georgia, and we're not going to forget it. There's only one reason the Democrats could possibly want to eliminate signature matching, oppose voter ID, and stop citizenship confirmation. Are you a citizenship? You're not allowed to ask that question. Because they want to steal the election. The radical left knows exactly what they're doing. They're ruthless, and it's time that somebody did something about it. And Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now. I'm not hearing good stories. In Fulton County, Republican poll watchers were ejected, in some cases physically, from the room under the false pretense of a pipe burst, water main burst, everybody leave, which we now know was a total lie. Then election officials pulled boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table. You all saw it on television, totally fraudulent, and illegally scanned them for nearly 2 hours, totally unsupervised. Tens of thousands of votes. This act coincided with a mysterious vote dump of up to 100,000 votes for Joe Biden, almost none for Trump. Oh, that sounds fair. That was at 1:34 a.m. The Georgia Secretary of State and pathetic governor of Georgia have reached, although he says I'm a great president, you know, I sort of maybe have to change. He said the other day, yes, I disagree with President, but he's been a great president. Oh, good, thanks. Thank you very much. Because of him and others. Yeah, Brian Kemp, vote him the hell out of office, please. Well, his rates are so low. You know, his approval rating now, I think it just reached a record low. They've rejected 5 separate appeals for an independent and comprehensive audit of signatures in Fulton County. Even without an audit, the number of fraudulent ballots that we've identified across the state is staggering. Over 10,300 ballots in Georgia were cast by individuals whose names and dates of birth match Georgia residents who died in 2020 and prior to the election. More than 2,500 ballots were cast by individuals whose names and dates of birth match incarcerated felons in Georgia prison, people who are not allowed to vote. More than 4,500 illegal ballots were cast by individuals who do not appear on the state's own voter rolls. Over 18,000 illegal ballots were cast by individuals who registered to vote using an address listed as vacant, according to the Postal Service. At least 88,000 ballots in Georgia were cast by people whose registrations were illegally backdated. 66,000 votes. Each one of these is far more than we need. 66,000 votes in Georgia were cast by individuals under the legal voting age. And at least 15,000 ballots were cast by individuals who moved out of the state prior to November 3rd election. They say they moved right back. They moved right back. Oh, they moved out, they moved right back. Okay. They miss Georgia that much. I do. I love Georgia. But it's a corrupt system. Despite all of this, the margin in Georgia is only 11,779 votes. Each and every one of these issues is enough to give us a victory in Georgia, a big, beautiful victory. Make no mistake, this election was stolen from you, from me, and from the country, and not a single swing state has conducted a comprehensive audit to remove the illegal ballots. This should absolutely occur in every single contested state before the election is certified. In the state of Arizona, over 36,000 ballots were illegally cast by non-citizens. 2,000 ballots were returned with no address. More than 22,000 ballots were returned before they were ever supposedly mailed out. They returned, but we haven't mailed them yet. 11,600 more ballots and votes were counted, more than there were actual voters. You see that? So you have more votes, again, than you have voters. 150,000 people registered in Maricopa County after the registration deadline. 103,000 ballots in the county were sent for electronic adjudication with no Republican observers. In Clark County, Nevada, the accuracy settings on signature verification machines were purposely lowered before they were used to count over 130,000 ballots. If you signed your name as Santa Claus, it would go through. There were also more than 42,000 double votes in Nevada. Over 150,000 people were hurt so badly by what took place, and 1,500 ballots were cast by individuals whose names and dates of birth matched Nevada residents who died in 2020 prior to November 3rd election. More than 8,000 votes were cast by individuals who had no address and probably didn't live there. The margin in Nevada is down at a very low number. Any of these things would have taken care of the situation. We would have won Nevada also. Every one of these we're going over, we win. In Michigan, quickly, the Secretary of State, a real great one, flooded the state with unsolicited mail-in ballot applications sent to every person on the rolls in direct violation of state law. More than 17,000 Michigan ballots were cast by individuals whose names and dates of birth match people who were deceased. In Wayne County, that's a great one. That's Detroit. 174,000 ballots were counted without being tied to an actual registered voter. Nobody knows where they came from. Also in Wayne County, poll watchers observed canvassers rescanning batches of ballots over and over again, up to 3 or 4 or 5 times. In Detroit, turnout was 139% of registered voters. Think of that. So you had 139% of the people in Detroit voting. This is in Michigan, Detroit, Michigan. A career employee of the City of Detroit testified under penalty of perjury that she witnessed city workers coaching voters to vote straight Democrat while accompanying them to watch who they voted for. When a Republican came in, they wouldn't talk to him. The same worker was instructed not to ask for any voter ID and not to attempt to validate any signatures if they were Democrats. She also told to illegally and was told backdate ballots received after the deadline, and reports that thousands and thousands of ballots were improperly backdated. That's Michigan. 4 witnesses have testified under penalty of perjury that after officials in Detroit announced the last votes had been counted, tens of thousands of additional ballots arrived without required envelopes. Every single one was for a Democrat. I got no votes. At 6:31 a.m. in the early morning hours after voting had ended, Michigan suddenly reported 147,000 votes. An astounding 94% went to Joe Biden, who campaigned brilliantly from his basement. Only a couple of percentage points went to Trump. Such gigantic and one-sided vote dumps were only observed in a few swing states, and they were observed in the states where it was necessary. You know what's interesting? President Obama beat Biden in every state other than the swing states where Biden killed him, but the swing states were the ones that mattered. They're always just enough to push Joe Biden barely into the lead. We were ahead by a lot, and within a number of hours, we were losing by a little. In addition, there is the highly troubling matter of Dominion voting systems. In one Michigan county alone, 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, and the same systems are used in the majority of states in our country. Senator William Ligon, a great gentleman, chairman of Georgia Senate Judiciary Subcommittee, Senator Ligon, highly respected, on elections, has written a letter describing his concerns with Dominion in Georgia. He wrote, and I quote, "The Dominion voting machines employed in Fulton County had an astronomical and astounding 93.67% error rate." It's only wrong 93% of the time. In the scanning of ballots requiring a review panel to adjudicate or determine the voter's interest. In over 106,000 ballots out of a total of 113,000. Think of it. You go in and you vote, and then they tell people who you're supposed to be voting for. They make up whatever they want. Nobody's ever even heard. They adjudicate your vote. They say, well, we don't think Trump wants to vote for Trump. We think he wants to vote for Biden. Put it down for Biden. The national average for such an error rate is far less than 1%, and yet you're at 93%. The source of this astronomical error rate must be identified to determine if these machines were set up or destroyed to allow for a third party to disregard the actual ballot cast by the registered voter. The letter continues, there is clear evidence that tens of thousands of votes were switched from President Trump to former Vice President Biden in several counties in Georgia. For example, in Bibb County, President Trump was reported to have 29,391 votes at 9:11 p.m. Eastern Time, while simultaneously Vice President Joe Biden was reported to have 17,213. Minutes later, just minutes, at the next update, these vote numbers switched, with President Trump going way down to 17,000 and Biden going way up to 29,391. And that was very quick, a 12,000 vote switch all in Mr. Biden's favor. So, I mean, I could go on and on about this fraud that took place in every state, and all of these legislatures want this back. I don't want to do it to you because I love you and it's freezing out here. But I could just go on forever. I can tell you this. So when you hear, while there is no evidence to prove any wrongdoing, this is the most fraudulent thing anybody said. This is a criminal enterprise. This is a criminal enterprise. And the press will say, and I'm sure they won't put any of that on there because that's no good. Do you ever see, while there is no evidence to back President Trump's assertion, I could go on for another hour reading this stuff to you and telling you about it. There's never been anything like it. Think about it. Detroit had more votes than it had voters. Pennsylvania had 205,000 more votes than it had more votes. You don't have to go any, between that, I think that's almost better than dead people, if you think, right? More votes than they had voters, and many other states also. It's a disgrace that the United States of America, tens of millions of people are allowed to go vote without so much as even showing identification. In no state is there any question or effort made to verify the identity, citizenship, residency, or eligibility of the votes cast. The Republicans have to get tougher. You're not going to have a Republican Party if you don't get tougher. They want to play so straight. They want to play so, sir, yes, the United States. The Constitution doesn't allow me to send them back to the states. Well, I say, yes, it does, because the Constitution says you have to protect our country and you have to protect our Constitution. And you can't vote on fraud. And fraud breaks up everything, doesn't it? When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to. It is also widely understood that the voter rolls are crammed full of non-citizens, felons, and people who have moved out of state, and individuals who are otherwise ineligible to vote. Yet Democrats oppose every effort to clean up their voter rolls. They don't want to clean them up. They're loaded. And how many people here know other people that when the hundreds of thousands and then millions of ballots got sent out, got 3, 4, 5, 6, and I heard one who got 7 ballots. And then they say, you didn't quite make it, sir. We won in a landslide. This was a landslide. They said it's not American to challenge the election. This is the most corrupt election in the history, maybe of the world. You know, you could go third world countries, but I don't think they had hundreds of thousands of votes and they don't have voters for them. I mean, no matter where you go, nobody would think this. In fact, it's so egregious, it's so bad that a lot of people don't even believe it. It's so crazy that people don't even believe it. It can't be true. So they don't believe it. This is not just a matter of domestic politics. This is a matter of national security. So today, in addition to challenging the certification of the election, I'm calling on Congress and the state legislatures to quickly pass sweeping election reforms, and you better do it before we have no country left. Today is not the end, it's just the beginning. With your help over the last 4 years, we built the greatest political movement in the history of our country, and nobody even challenges that. I say that over and over, and I never get challenged by the fake news, and they challenge almost everything we say. But our fight against the big donors, big media, big tech, and others is just getting started. This is the greatest in history. There's never been a movement like that. You look back there all the way to the Washington Monument. It's hard to believe. We must stop the steal, and then we must ensure that such outrageous election fraud never happens again, can never be allowed to happen again. But we're going forward. We'll take care of going forward. We got to take care of going back. Don't let them talk. Okay, well, we promise. I've had a lot of people. Sir, you're at 96% for 4 years. I said, I'm not interested right now. I'm interested in right there. With your help, we will finally pass powerful requirements for voter ID. You need an ID to cash a check. You need an ID to go to a bank, to buy alcohol, to drive a car. Every person should need to show an ID in order to cast your most important thing, a vote. We will also require proof of American citizenship in order to vote in American elections. We just had a good victory in court on that one, actually. We will ban ballot harvesting and prohibit the use of unsecured drop boxes to commit rampant fraud. These drop boxes are fraudulent. They disappear, and then all of a sudden they show up. It's fraudulent. We will stop the practice of universal unsolicited mail-in balloting. We will clean up the voter rolls that ensure that every single person who casts a vote is a citizen of our country, a resident of the state in which they vote, and their vote is cast in a lawful and honest manner. We will restore the vital civic tradition of in-person voting on Election Day so that voters can be fully informed when they make their choice. We will finally hold big tech accountable, and if these people had courage and guts, they would get rid of Section 230, something that no other company, no other person in America, in the world has. All of these tech monopolies are going to abuse their power and interfere in our elections, and it has to be stopped. And the Republicans have to get a lot tougher, and so should the Democrats. They should be regulated, investigated, and brought to justice under the fullest extent of the law. They're totally breaking the law. Together, we will drain the Washington swamp, and we will clean up the corruption in our nation's capital. We have done a big job on it, but you think it's easy? It's a dirty business. It's a dirty business. You have a lot of bad people out there. Despite everything we've been through, looking out all over this country and seeing fantastic crowds, although this, I think, is our all-time record. I think you have 250,000 people. 250,000 looking out at all the amazing patriots here today. I have never been more confident in our nation's future. Well, I have to say we have to be a little bit careful. That's a nice statement, but we have to be a little careful with that statement. If we allow this group of people to illegally take over our country, because it's illegal when the votes are illegal, when the way they got there is illegal, when the states that vote are given false and fraudulent information. We are the greatest country on earth, and we are headed and were headed in the right direction. You know, the wall is built. We're doing record numbers at the wall. Now they want to take down the wall. Let's let everyone flow in. Let's let everybody flow in. We did a great job in the wall. Remember the wall? They said it could never be done. One of the largest infrastructure projects we've ever had in this country. And it's had a tremendous impact. And we got rid of catch and release. We got rid of all of the stuff that we had to live with. But now the caravans, they think Biden's getting in. The caravans are forming again. They want to come in again and rip off our country. Can't let it happen. As this enormous crowd shows, we have truth and justice on our side. We have a deep and enduring love for America in our hearts. We love our country. We have overwhelming pride in this great country, and we have it deep in our souls. Together we are determined to defend and preserve government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Our brightest days are before us. Our greatest achievements still wait. I think one of our great achievements will be election security, because nobody until I came along had any idea how corrupt our elections were. And again, most people would stand there at 9 o'clock in the evening and say, I want to thank you very much. And they go off to some other life. But I said, something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can't have happened. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. my fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give, the Democrats are hopeless. They're never voting for anything. Not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
Well, I hope that all of my Democrat friends actually heard the truth of what the legacy media keeps lying to us about. Now, I got a special clip here that if you're not watching this live, you probably will not see this on a replay, okay? We'll go ahead and close that out. But this is for all of you libtards, especially the sink roofer. This is for you.
Chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Well, Democrats, you heard the truth. You ask for proof. There it is. If there's one thing that you can take, if you don't want to believe anything else, the end of the speech was clipped together with the very beginning of the speech. And he says that the borders are going to be open and caravans full of illegal immigrants will come into this country, and we saw it. So don't ever come into my chat and ask me to show you proof. If there's one thing that you can tell me when you come into this chat is agree that that is proof. Over 315,000 ballots. I put it on the chat. 135 papers that were not signed, which is illegal. Those votes should not counted. And Trump was talking about 35,000. This is 315,000 in Georgia. Why do they win the votes, the electoral votes? Because if they know that a candidate is going to win and they don't vote for that candidate, they will not have favor to what they can get from that candidate. It's very simple. I don't know why people don't get it, but make your choice. Most of the libtards and the Democrats are going to say, I'm taking the blue pill. Go back into the power plant. The rest of us take the red pill. And we want to find out how deep the state runs. And we want to unmask all these criminals and hold them accountable and see them in jail.
Remember.
Look at the young Democrats. So confused. They don't know what to do. Lucky this one right here woke up on time and made the right choice. Not the easiest, not the best way to find out, because this, telling the truth to somebody that has been raised believing a lie, is not easy. It's not an easy pill to swallow.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
That's all I'm offering you. The truth, nothing more. And this is how the truth begins. And we have become MAGA, Trump supporters. 100% America first, and that means going around the world, making sure that our assets are protected, making sure that we're looking for the interest of our people by helping countries that we can get something out of. Helping them is how we help ourselves as well.
Follow me.
Who was the traitor in the Matrix? Those are the Republican flakes who voted for President Donald Trump because at some point in their life they believed the truth just for a moment. And now they are back into believing lies. 100%. 100%. So Aztec, you missed it. But the libtards that were arguing with me, they were arguing with me because of the clip that ABC or BBC made about Donald Trump. And they say, oh, you should watch the whole clip. Well, I have been enjoying torturing libtards and Democrats by showing the whole 70 minutes of President Donald Trump's greatness in an awesome speech. You said everything he was saying. You guys were saying lie, lie, lie. Well, I don't give a crap that you think is a lie. We are seeing the fraud in Minnesota has been happening for over 10 years. That means that it was happening while President Trump was in office. And when he was calling it out, you guys said lies, lies, lies. That's your fault. And you're doing the same thing right now, calling it lies. You've always been the same losers as you've always been. Why don't you make a change for once in your life and stand up for what's right? Stand up for your country. Stand up for the people that care about the United States of America. Grow some balls and make a decision to go with the truth and stop hating. If you're Hispanic and you are against Trump, you are a hypocrite. You say you love this country, but you don't respect the law. You respect illegals more than you do American citizens. Guess what? I don't have respect for that. My people, my family, my friends are those who put America first, respect the law, and believe in prosperity, liberty, and justice for all Americans. You Democrat loyalists, corrupted, weak-minded people are out there protesting things that you don't even know what the hell you're protesting. You abuse the elders with their mental problems. Cutting edge, thanks, bro. Plus, this is connected with the Fed since 1913. They make us slaves of the Matrix for more than 100 years. Bro, you know, this movie, it might just be a movie. It might be a movie. Aztec, I like how you say sheep. I'm Jesus Christ sheep. Whose sheep are you? Are you the Democrat sheep? Are you the devil's sheep? See, everybody's a sheep. It just matters where you belong. It matters where you belong. You get to choose where you want to be. See, it's funny because the movie, for some reason, they know that the blue pill is the lie. And the red pill is the truth. You want to live in science fiction? Go for it. You want to live in the truth? Let's go. Hey, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Now, with that being said, guys, I know it's almost midnight, and I know that I got to come back in the morning. I may not come back in the morning because I do expect to be on late tomorrow night because it's New Year's Eve. And I want to be able to stay up this late with you guys and maybe even later. I know, Trinity, you're 3 hours ahead of me. So we will be celebrating Happy New Year probably multiple times throughout the night. And I will make a prayer at midnight my time. Okay? For those who are interested, every other libtard that, get drunk. Join us. Maybe once you're drunk, you can see the truth. With that being said, I got one more video for you to watch from the Crime Chef. Everybody loves the Crime Chef. I know it's late. My voice is going crazy now. I started to sound like freaking Gavin Newsom. The voice is crackling. Aztec, the zinc roofer, and all the libtards that are on the left. You guys are amazing. Your resilience, it's, you got resolve. You guys are amazing. How you truly support the corrupted politicians who have been giving, listen to this, billions of dollars to across the world. And all they can tell you is Trump gave $40 billion to Argentina. Trump gave this many billion to Israel. And you guys are so hateful, so blinded by your hate for one man that you don't see the truth that's hitting you right in your face. For those of you who are Hispanic, illegal immigrants in my chat, for those of you who are jealous and envious that I am an American citizen who came from a Central American country, became an American citizen, did all the steps the right way. For all of you haters out there that call me a sellout, I'm going to tell you that I represent my people with pride. The educated ones, the ones that respect the law, the ones that make Honduras look good, not the criminals like yourselves. You guys defend yourselves, and you guys say that that you stand with your people. No, you don't. You stand with people that break the law. I don't care what the need is. You support criminals. I don't care how you see it. And see, maybe you still have a third world mentality, so that when you see the neighborhoods filled with Hispanics, it looks like shit. It looks like a third world shithole country. And that is the truth. Everybody knows what is the first thing that black people do. They leave the ghetto. They get their business, they get their degrees, and they go and live with the white people. What do Hispanics do when they come here? They put up with the third world country shithole that in their community. They get a business and then they leave. And where do they want to leave? They want to live with the white people. Isn't that crazy? Ain't that amazing? Helio, tell me, you know it's true. You know it's true. If you had a choice to live in the community full of Hispanics or live in a nice house in the white suburbs, what would you choose? You don't have to answer. I know the answer. All you hypocrites that want to support criminality, that's your prerogative. But I and my patriots and my American family and friends here on this channel, we are going to enjoy one episode of The Crime Chef. You know why? Because this is my channel and because we choose to. Oh yeah, here we go.
They just detained a legal observer.
He's legally observing, you sad f***s. ICE has no f***ing spies, so you do their f***ing dirty work, you go f***ing losers. They just detained somebody who was legally observing. Name and badge number! Name and badge number! Name and badge number! He got arrested, yeah.
Today we are doing a full-on deep dive investigation on the elusive Minnesota male Karen species, and he is joined by a few roaming Karens. You can tell by his voice that he has been fed a steady diet of soy lattes since he was in the womb. To most of the world, the male Karen is rare, but to Minnesota, it's more common and more annoying than a housefly.
Y'all can't do anything. Y'all can't do anything. You guys had to call the sheriff, because the sheriffs are the only ones who can, do anything. And MPD's not supposed to help you. You guys called MPD because you were scared. You guys can't do anything. You guys can't do anything. You can't do anything. Can't do anything to us, so you gotta pick up.
So this is very interesting. So you call the police, they say, because you're cowards. Because you can't do anything to us, he says. The coward says. The coward says, because you can't do anything to us. Who's the coward? The coward that knows that they're not going to touch them. Who's the coward? You who support this guy giving the bird to the ICE agents. You guys are the true cowards. MindSpeak made a comment the other day, and I say it again to you. Go do that to gangbangers. Go tell gangbangers to get out of your community. Who's the coward? That's right. They are out there doing their job. Gary, I want to curse you out so bad, and I'm trying to be very polite and nice to people. As best as I can, as best as you deserve. I have so many cuss words that I can give you for the dumbass comment that you just made. But I can tell you this, cowards. This is my face. It's my voice. Here's my channel. You're a warrior behind the keyboard. Very courageous. Why don't you put a picture of yourself on your profile? Put your real name down. And then let's talk. Who's the coward? I have my face. I have my voice. You got my channel. I tell you the truth. I speak the truth. That's right. You guys are the cowards. Because you go out there do this because you know the law protects you. Don't think that you're untouchable. Your ass can be arrested regardless. But that's right. ICE agents, for them to stand there without hurting your dumbass, that takes strength. That takes a lot of courage. That takes a lot of courage.
On people, you gotta pick on the people who are susceptible. You gotta pick on the people who aren't as constitutionally protected as us.
Allow me to educate this male Karen. The only people who are susceptible to law enforcement are criminals.
That's right. Back your ass up. See you later, boy. See you, fucking loser. Hey, Chevrolet boy, you're a disgrace to Wisconsin. You know that, you trog? Fucking loser. Fucking these.
Where were these people when the illegal immigrants were coming to this country? Did they go to the border and tell people not to come here illegally? Why are you hating an officer that has the duty to protect our American assets, our American citizens, our safety of our nation? Where were you, cowards, telling illegal immigrants to not come into this country? Where were you, cowards, when you were allowing them to rape women, commit murder, sell drugs, be criminals on the street? Where were you, cowards, protesting that? Where was your outcry for justice? When have you fought for actual American citizens, you cowards? You like to call us names. You like to call us cowards, and yet you are the scum. Maybe one day you'll see the truth. Maybe one day you'll have the balls to accept that you are wrong.
King pussies! King pussies! King pussies!
There you go.
King pussies! King. Oh shit, all right, actually.
You'll be happy to learn that the sheriff is actually arresting one of these obstructionist Karens right now.
Very satisfying.
Losers! You losers! You pussies!
What is very nice is that when the criminals actually come for your family, who are you going to call? Call a crackhead.
Nazis! King Nazis! King Nazis!
Arresting him!
We're arresting him for legally observing!
Hey, you three! Name the badge number! Make sure you don't forget! Hey, on your way out! Name and badge number! Each and every one of you have a number, Sheriff!
Name and badge number, or what? This reminds me of when a mother threatens to count to 3 if their child doesn't listen, but nothing happens at 3.
You're a disgrace, you know that? Losers! He's legally observing, you sad f***s.
The male Karen is slurring his words. Can we get him for public intoxication and disorderly conduct? We'll have to wait and see if this male Karen ends up getting arrested today, but if you want to see other Karens getting arrested, you should subscribe to my channel, because I cover Karen and illegal arrests every week.
ICE has no f***ing spies, so you do their f***ing dirty work, you f***ing losers. Sad f***s.
Losers.
Gang losers. Gang losers. Gang losers. Gang losers.
Shame on you.
Minnesotans my f***ing ass, you f***ing degenerates.
Hennepin County Sheriff.
This is another level of projection to call the employed officers degenerates, as the actual degenerates spend their Monday morning drunk and harassing officers.
Losers.
Badge number right now. I'm waiting.
F***ing losers.
Thank you.
Pedro Nunez says, get him.
Losers. Gang 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 loser.
They have so much, you beat me, Trinity. They have so much knowledge and education. That is all they can throw out there. Very sad people. Very sad people. Yeah, I have freedom of speech, guys. Use it however you please. Make an ass out of yourself or be educated and make a difference in your country. Your choice.
Name a badge number, boys. Come on, you sad f***s.
Come here, boys.
Gang losers. Gang losers.
Right now.
Gang losers. Gang losers.
Come here right now.
How do you like doing ICE's dirty work? How do you like being little bitches, you sad f***s, huh? Yeah, boy? You like that shit, you sad f***ing loser? Do not police how I protest. Do not police how I protest. Gang losers. Gang losers. F***ing losers.
We're waiting.
Do not police how I protest. Do not police. Do not police how I protest.
Do not police how I protest. Because you sound like a retard. You have mental problems, bro. That is not the way you protest. You're making an ass out of yourself, and that's not going to help you. That doesn't do anything as a protest. You want a protest to actually be meaningful, you got to organize. You got to be able to think of what the message is out there. Insulting people is not going to give you any favor. If disrespecting people out there is not going to give you any favor. Do you know why I tell libtards to shut the hell up in my channel? Because this channel is not for them. And yet they come in here acting like retards, mentally handicapped, and they want to come over here, tell me how to do my show. What they don't realize is, like, they don't read the sign. This is a MAGA channel. Only real Americans. This is what this channel is made for. Everybody else, you just come in here to annoy. Hedio, I don't know why, Jedi, I don't know why you subscribe to my channel if you don't agree with anything I say. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand what that is. What I want is just American people in there. And not just American, but people that actually stand for America, that stand against illegal immigration. If you think that coming in here to insult me is going to make a difference in your life, hey, listen, we'll let it out. But at the same time, this is nothing that I'm crying about. I respect these officers over here. I'm very surprised that the people can get to say all these things to them and try to fight their nerves. These people are very strong, good nerves, good servants of the people. This hyena that's screaming out loud over here, he is the shame of our country. That is what we call the scum of this country. These officers right here, my respect for them. God bless you.
Protest. Do not police how I protest. You are. We are done talking. More f***ing sheriff boys.
Yep.
He got arrested, yeah.
Who got arrested, bro?
Our guy in the Mini Cooper got arrested. They bucked him.
Mini Cooper is being abducted? Why is he being abducted?
By the sheriffs, but even then.
Goddamn more.
Arrested. Their new keyword is now abducted. Abducted. Okay, sure.
Why
more f***ing losers!
Is he being abducted? What's going on?
Oh, if they try to kill us, just go out this way.
Look at these assholes.
Look at these fucking losers.
Look at these assholes.
Look at these You complicit losers! Suck it on ice!
Okay, so now they have more. Now they have the Azels coming in. Azel and effing losers. Yeah, this is the very nice vocabulary. I think they are making progress. I think they're making progress, guys.
You said
one as well. Just pulled up.
Old man, how am I spreading a propaganda? If you want to call it a propaganda, make sure you finish the slogan. This is a propaganda of truth. Propaganda of respecting the law. Propaganda of defending this country and this nation from invaders. Finish the slogan. A propaganda to make America great again.
Fucking losers!
Looks like the boss.
These are fucking losers! Who these sad fucking degenerates?
You know what?
Fucking losers!
Tell me who are the losers, the ones that are actually professional, keeping their composure, doing their job, who is what we assign as people to protect us. They're peace officers. Who is the loser in here? Who is the bad person in here? The professionals or the loser that has no vocabulary to say nothing else but effing losers? I find that very interesting. Don't you think? By the way, Liptards, welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Thank you for being here. I am glad that you're learning some truth.
Let that person go. What are you guys doing? Let him go.
He's our guy. He was not doing anything illegal.
And you fucking know it!
So number one, that lady just showed up. She just showed up and she said he was not doing anything illegal. I have a hard time believing her word.
You're just being complicit to ICE, you sad fucking losers!
Following a police vehicle is legal. Watching police is legal. All of this is legal. Let our guy go. What the f*** are you doing, assholes?
The f*** are you doing? You're breaking the fucking law!
He was being legal. He was legally here. He was not kicked off of the property.
Retard. If you act like a retard, I'm going to call you a retard. It's really insulting because I'm making mentally handicapped people sound bad by calling you a retard. You give them a bad name. Is what's insulting.
So
oh, wait. Freedom of speech, right?
let him fucking go, assholes.
Let him go!
Let him
go!
The deranged Karen literally just showed up moments ago, and she has no idea what happened, yet she is still claiming the guy didn't do anything wrong. You can't reason with delusion.
That's what I said, but he said it better than me. Oh, my goodness.
Let him go!
Let him
go! Let him go!
Bro, as old as you are, I don't think you know what propaganda means. What the hell do you think propaganda means? I don't know. Maybe I'm reading it in Spanish because it's spelled the same way. Propaganda means promoting. That's what propaganda means to me. Promoting. So you should go get a dictionary. Maybe the word in English is different than in Spanish, I guess. But yeah, I'm going to still continue to stand for America first, stand for the law, and I'm going to stand for American citizen rights, not illegals.
Let him go!
Name
a badge number, you
You know, I would think that you will appreciate me even more since I am actually defending this country. I am telling the truth about this country. Why wouldn't Americans like me? It is beyond me how somebody that actually cares for you, you are actually hating. I don't understand. How does that work? I thought it was, the opposite. If somebody was nice to you, I thought you will also be nice to them. But it seems quite the opposite, isn't it? Quinn, right, Mr. Wright, literally the opposite of what you're saying, we're trying to say. I will never get over this, and I will never enjoy the satisfaction of seeing how retarded people are. You guys are calling me names, insulting me, just like you do with the agents, with the sheriff, with the ICE agents, FBI agents that are trying to keep the peace and the security of American citizens in this country. I like how you insult me because you don't like me saying that criminals should be punished. Illegals should go back to their country. See, they're not going to prison forever. They're just being repatriated. So why don't you do yourself a favor and shut the hell up and just watch the show, okay?
Name and badge number! Name and badge number! Name and badge number! Name and badge number!
This is what I imagine hell sounds like.
Name and badge number! Name and badge number! Name and motherfucking badge number! Name and 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 badge number!
So do you think that by yelling it out frantically like that, insulting them, you think they're going to give you that information that you want? If you really care about this badge and number because you're trying to make sure that everything is legit and is, it is lawful, you think that's the way to ask about it? I just don't think you have respect for authority. And if you have no respect for authority, and here you are showing me that you have no respect for anybody, well, I can imagine what you're going to be like face to face. I have encountered a lot of losers like you in person. And you guys really test my patience. You guys really do a good job at that. Let me tell you a quick story. When I became a sophomore for high school, our high school now is a freshman through 12, but before it was sophomore through senior year. I remember, now mind you, the juniors and the seniors didn't know me from left to right. They don't know me. I've been taking martial arts, and I'm a great boxer. I train my body very well for fighting. And I remember coming into my sophomore year in high school, and this junior and a senior kept staring at me. The whole introduction thing to high school. I was on my way for practice for football. And my friends from my freshman class that now became sophomores with me, they are friends with these guys. And they decide to stare me down. So I look at them, okay, I don't know. Do I owe you money? What's going on? What is the problem? Well, one of them had a really, really bad temper. He's this redhead, tall guy. He weighed more than me because he was taller, but, I was ripped in high school. And he stares at me, so I look back at him. He said, "Why are you staring at?" I said, "How do you know I'm staring at you unless you're staring at me?" And he said, "You think you're smart?" Well, he tried to step up to me, and he thought he was just going to kick my ass. Lucky for me, my friends, that I was in school. Hey, man, leave him alone. He's cool, blah, blah, blah. Well, the bad thing for this bully was that one time I was coming out of my chemistry class, and it was biology. My biology class. And as I'm putting my books in the locker, I take a look around by the door entry. And my friend's girlfriend was there with her friend. And this bully was over there touching her. She kept saying, "Stop." There was no teacher around, but I heard him. I put my books in the locker. I didn't close it. And I take off running straight for him. And as soon as I got close to him, I drop kicked him, made him fly at least 15 to 17 feet, went flying through the double door. When he goes out onto the ground on the other side of that door, I get up next to him and I tell him, "Please make me do it." He apologized to her and he became my friend. Isn't that awesome? That's a great story. It's a great story. Yeah, I beat up bullies for a living is what I did. And I defended a lot of little freshmen when we became freshmen and I was a senior. It was a good feeling. Yep. It was a good feeling. And for all you losers out there that don't like me, the principal in my high school said that I was a role model for the whole high school. That made a lot of difference in my life. Maybe that's why I'm successful in life. No, I'm not rich. I'm successful in life. I have my problems. I got my issues. But I always find a way to overcome those issues. And, if need be, if I end up being by myself, then let it be that. But I will not be giving in to losers trying to provoke me for nothing. But don't worry. If you look hard enough, I will give you something to look forward to in the future, especially you losers that keep threatening my life. And I love you, Mr. Bourne. I love all of my patriots. I really do. I really do. And you know what? God forbid we go into a civil war. We need to really make sure that all these libtards don't come back. That's just what I think. So I don't want civil war. I don't want that at all. But it seems that it's getting so out of hand. It's getting so frustrating to see how all these people, especially the ones that are not even Americans, come into our country trying to disrespect us, using our freedoms against ourselves. They're using our Constitution against ourselves, and they get to have all the benefits of being the victim because of the loser media, legacy media, like to work for corrupted Democrats, the Democrats that want to stay in power. They don't care how much suffering happens in this world. I think they just care about how long they can live and how wealthy they can be while they're still alive. Yeah. I have gotten into so many fights. I don't like to fight. I don't like to fight because I get too violent. I've always been jumped. It's never been a one-on-one. It's always been 3, 5, 7 people, maybe more. I don't know why, but it's always that way. When it's always been one-on-one, the fight's over pretty fast. And I don't beat somebody up and tell them how horrible they are. I pick them up and I offer them peace. And they don't want it. They can go about their business. But I'm not going to sit there and take it. That's just not who I am. Okay? All right. Let's get back to our entertainment here.
Name and badge number! Name and badge number! Name and badge number! Name and badge number!
I don't care.
Now, wait. Do you enjoy me talking more, or do you want this hyena to keep yelling in your ear? And by the way, there was no civil war in Honduras, dumbass. Again, Aztec, you're walking very thin ice, bro. I'm about to block you from this channel. Period. Like permanent blocking. Don't test my nerves.
What they're paying these officers, whatever it is, it's not enough.
Name and badge number! Name and badge number! Name and badge number! Name and badge number! Why would I touch you, loser? Name and badge number! Name and badge number! Name and badge number!
It's like a bunch of children out here. You guys are the same on this chat, I think. No, man, stop bullshitting too much. There's a limit, okay? There's a limit.
Name and badge number! Name and badge number! Name and badge number! Name and badge number!
I can be triggered a lot. This is just a little bit triggered, but I can be triggered a lot. No, Zinc Roofer, I'm going to believe what I believe. You go ahead and believe what you believe.
You guys are fucking complicit, you fucking know it?
Tell us what he was doing.
Name and badge number! Name and motherfucking badge number!
I got their name and badge number.
Good! You guys are fucking losers then! Fucking losers!
Bad look. This is a bad look for y'all. Do your effing job. Do your effing job.
They are doing their job, dumbass.
What are they doing wrong?
It's one of the things that probably...
You're just fucking playing pussy pitch for us!
101, name and badge number, buddies. You guys literally work for us. You guys literally work for us.
Bro,
Name and badge number.
I have their name and badge numbers on video.
Good. Okay, good.
No, I got them.
There you go, Roofer.
Make sure we have all the vehicles because they're not trying to actually do their jobs.
They have acquired the badge numbers, but they will accomplish absolutely nothing with it.
They're sucking off ISIS like the fucking losers they are!
It's incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. Name and badge number. Do your jobs. Do your jobs.
85171.
Are none of them going to identify themselves? No.
There's good propaganda and there's bad propaganda. This is an example of bad propaganda. What you support, Roofer, is the example of bad propaganda.
None of that. None of that. None of them are identifying themselves. None of them. Not even the Somali dude. Bro. Stop being a race traitor, bro.
What did you, boy? What did you do? What you loser? King loser! 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 King loser!
Name and badge number, bro. You guys are gonna get in trouble. You guys are gonna get in trouble.
They just detained a legal observer. They just detained a legal observer.
In trouble. You guys just broke the law. Broke the law. Broke the law.
They just detained a legal observer. They just detained a legal observer.
I got you.
You see the mental problem on these people? You can even see it in their face. I bet you that the people that are hating me on this chat from the other side, this is exactly what they look like.
Breaking the law.
You asshole, Jacob. You asshole, Jacob. You 411, Jacob. You 411, Jacob. You.
You're breaking my heart here. You're breaking my heart here, bro. You're Somali. You're Somali, bro. You're breaking my heart, man. You know. Traitor!
The racist male Karen is upset that this legal Somali American actually believes in law and order.
They're taking him.
They're detaining him at Whipple.
This
is unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
Hey, asshole! You release them!
Losers!
They detained a legal observer!
And they're taking him to the federal building!
They detained a legal observer!
Don't worry, bro. I will block every single one of his accounts.
They detained a legal observer and they're taking him to the federal building! They detained a legal observer and they're taking him to the federal building! They detained a legal observer and they're taking him to the federal building! You too!
You Nazi! I'll be seeing you around, boy! See you around!
So they do this to actual, federal agents. I am not a federal agent. I'm just a regular Joe, like everybody else. So just imagine the hate they have towards me. I wonder, why don't you go ahead and tell me on the chat here, tell me, what do you want for this country? I want to understand you. Go ahead, Roofer. I want you to tell me, what do you want for this country? Why do you hate this country so much? I want to know. I really want to know. Why do you hate this country so much? Tell me that. I want to try to understand you guys. Thank you, Connor. I appreciate you. President Trump's the GOAT. Absolutely. Hey, Messi, what's going on? We all like that song. That's why we all have in common sense. I found something that wasn't hard, was it? Trinity, no problem. I don't agree with Dennis, but I still support him. That's what's great about the country. Jay, I know you're Somali. Of course you hate America. I know that. I'm not asking you. I'm asking American patriots. Why do you hate this country? And again, if you're still in Africa, Jay, which it sounds like you are, then it's okay. You can say that and stay there. Don't come here. The real question is, how do we get to where you want? Well, what I want is for people to respect the law, respect federal law. And I'm going to tell you this. Once we get on the same values, then we can have some debate. We can have some conversations. But as long as people keep thinking, as a matter of fact, none of you people on the other side can tell me what a woman is. Okay? That's number one. If you don't know what a woman and a man is, you are completely lost and there's no point in talking to you. If you believe that we have to ignore mental health problems, you're on the wrong side of the aisle. If you believe that we are to address them, then you're on my side. Cutting edge, thanks, Brad. You know why this Somali believe in law and order? Because maybe he's an ex-Muslim now. Is the only reason. No, so Jay, he's a Somali, but I don't think he's in the States. I think he's still in Africa, in Somaliland. Let's see. Selena says, I hope they don't fight you. Well, you know, that's okay. I'm going to say this. I'm not going to say I'm undefeated fighting. I've lost my battles. All I can tell you is that I'm not going to go down without a fight. It's that simple. It's that easy. Okay? If I lose, I lose. But I'm not going to go down without a fight. Dave says, hi, how are you, Dave Hudson? Jay said, that's why you don't pin the number. You're scared. Jay, how many times have we played this game, bro? How many times have we played this game? Trinity has been posting that number over and over. It's too late. It's midnight for me. Okay? It's 3 in the morning for Trinity. So I'm sure she probably went to sleep already. You keep... Trinity's still here. You keep making this thing. You keep the phone number. Bro, that number was put right after your comment, and you still didn't call. You still don't. You guys just come in and talk smack. So again, this is what I stand for. I am a migrant that came to this country legally, and I am privileged to have become an American citizen. I stand for legal migration. I don't support people overstaying visas. I don't support people crossing the border illegally. I'm against that 100%. I believe America first. That also includes making deals throughout the world with other countries. That is also America first. We get to pick our battles. We get to pick a country to defend. Who we want to have as allies, the closest. We get to pick that. Okay? That's what I believe. I support President Donald Trump. Why? Because he won the democracy. The majority of the people voted him in. He gets 4 years legally. And so I support him for 4 years. I will continue to support him. Whether he makes bad decisions, it doesn't matter. I will still stick with supporting him. This is what we voted for. You guys supported a digital pen. You guys think that a man that didn't even campaign won the election. Seriously. You ignore the videos of full trucks load of ballots that were disposed of. You ignore the fact that the papers were not signed. There were illegal votes. There is a reason why there's rules. But what the hell are the rules for if we're not going to follow them? I know a lot of American patriots that come into my channel, they know what I'm talking about. And even if some don't agree with me, it doesn't matter. If I go against the law, they have the right to go against me. But if I'm defending the law, they have no right. The argument that people believe the Constitution belongs to the world, it's erroneous. It is we, the American people, we the people is who becomes the people? Those who have a voice. And not in this kind of voice that you're hearing me. Voice meaning a voting right. That's who the Constitution is for. And I will never ever accept that our founding fathers were so stupid to make a constitution for our enemies to come into our country and abuse our God-given rights to be free in this country and tell us what to do. See, I'm against that. So let's make that clear. For those of you who say out there that you are veteran and you say, I don't give a crap that you serve. If you are breaking the law, if you are against American citizens, who cares? You serve this country for your own benefit. probably for money. Many people do it for schooling. I know all kinds. And you know what the difference is on the veterans that actually serve this country with patriotism and love for this nation? They still stand for America, and they never put illegal immigrants before the American citizens. But I see a lot of you veterans out there. You guys are like traitors. You're deserters. You made an oath, a temporary oath. I made a permanent oath. As long as I am here in this country, this is my land and I will defend it. Yeah, people like to always say, well, you never served. You're a coward. Well, not everybody's meant to be a soldier. I've said this before. What have you done better than me? What have you done for this country besides disrespecting the law? Doing the same thing that these fools are doing, disrespecting authority, insulting the very same men that are protecting us and keeping us safe on the streets. What have you done? I live in a blue state, and I see all these people. I kid you not, it triggers me. Of course it does. It triggers me. I made an oath, and I'm going to keep that oath. If I ever went back to Honduras and I wanted to run for president in Honduras, I will have to renounce my oath to the United States of America and make a new oath to the land where I was born so that I can qualify to run as president. But whatever the case is, I am very loyal to who I make my oath to. If it's something that I find that is going to be beneficiary for America and the country where I come from, then that's what I would do. For many people that say, oh, you're kissing ass, oh, you know what? I'm going to do what I have to do to make sure that my people are taken care of. If I had to kiss ass to Trump every single day so that American people can be free and prosperous in this country, I'm going to continue to do that. See, you guys are so self-centered. You guys are so selfish that you think that this country needs to give you everything. But you don't think, what can you give this country? All you do is take, never give. Never give. You guys are leeches to this country. I find it interesting that you guys can't hold one sentence together without getting upset. You tell me to get a job. What do you think this is? The people that work for the news, they get scripts. They get their own messages. They make millions. You guys donate millions of dollars to corrupted politicians that don't do anything for the United States of America. And all they do is feed and finance our enemies. See, I believe in financing our friends, not our enemies. Russia, China, everybody has to pay their fair share. They're not truly our friends. Israel is the only true friend that we have. So I support giving them money. I don't support giving our enemies money, and yet we still do it. Up to $9 billion. I think it's even higher than that now. Over $9 billion in fraud. And how many times have I said it? Immigrants, people that hate our country, come into our country, use the Constitution against us. For Pete's sakes, Ilhan Omar says that white people are the devil, that white Americans are evil for Somalis. She's constantly calling President Trump a racist, fascist, Nazi. I get it, freedom of speech, I get it. This is a congresswoman. This is a woman that still has her loyalty to the president of Somalia. She said it herself. Within 1 year, she got $30 million. I wonder how that happened. Maybe she won the lotto. We just don't know. How did they get in office? Well, they bring hundreds of thousands of people from their country, give them papers, allow them to vote illegally. I don't doubt it. And that's how they get in office. Because what a bunch of white Americans are going to vote for Somalis who are an IQ average of 70, which is retard level. Who in their right mind would vote these losers, this garbage, into office? Our very distinguished United States of America, the House of Representatives, in our courtrooms, you got activist judges. That is against the law. I believe that is against the law to be an activist and be a judge. It's not possible to maintain that position. One more day of 2025. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to all my American patriots, those who really stand for this country, those who really care about what happened to our American people, all those Latinos that come in here the right way, even those that were illegal at some point, but now are citizens and they are now respecting the law. That doesn't make you a hypocrite. That doesn't make you a sellout. Let me tell you that right now. As a Hispanic, you're making us proud that now that you have the papers, you have chosen to stand up for the law. Once you were lost, but now you're found. Just like sinners can become whole again, if they didn't get caught and didn't get put in jail, then they don't have to serve jail. But if they change their lives just in time before the law caught up with them, then those people are forgiven and they don't have to do time in jail. That's how I feel. But if they are known criminals, well, they are going to spend time in jail. And I don't think anybody wants that. Many times I give this story over and over, and I will have to keep sharing that same story over and over because there's always new people coming in. I believe America first. If you don't understand what it takes to have America first, continue coming into my show. Just be respectful and let's dialogue. This is America country. This is America channel. Make America great. The Dennis Herrera Show is for America first. And I support President Donald Trump 100%. Unlike those flake Republicans that once saw the light and acknowledged the truth was being hidden from them, they have gone back to the lie. Those people will always be flakes. I hope one day they change. So I want to say thank you all for being here. Thank you for liking the video. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for loving America. And thank you for having me as a family. You guys be blessed. God bless your families and God bless the USA. We'll see you tomorrow. I don't know if I want to do the morning. We'll see how I feel in the morning. Peace.